Chapter 11:17. If Di-yun were here, he would have been impressed that his junior sister's face was fuller than it had been a few years ago. Her face was also fairer and more beautiful. However, Wan Gue was not in the mood to be gentle. His expression changed when he heard his wife's words. He stood up and pushed her away. "What do you mean by harming others? What do you know about men's affairs?" Chi Fong smiled sadly. "I come from the countryside. I don't have much experience, but I can still tell right from wrong. I know what you did today. Even the people of the pugilistic world are not ashamed to stab others in the back. Grandfather is the Prime Minister of the Imperial Court, but he is unscrupulous. Not only did you not stop him, you even helped him." Slap. With a resounding slap, a red handprint appeared on Chi Fong's fair and tender face. "Shut up." Wan Gue looked out of the window in fear. He was relieved to see that there was no one near the room. He turned around and glared at his wife. "What do you know? My father's family was born of a concubine. They have been wandering the pugilistic world for a long time. If I don't think of ways to please grandfather, how am I going to establish myself in the family? So what if we can't establish ourselves? At most, we can go back to Jingzhou City and live in seclusion. Isn't it good to be a happy family?" Even though she felt wronged, Chi Fong still held back her tears and held her husband's arm. She hoped to soften his heart with her gentleness. "What a woman's view!" Waving his hand, Wan Gue coldly snorted. "My grandfather is the Prime Minister of the current dynasty, below only one and above tens of thousands of people. Just how noble is he? Casually doing some work for him is more useful than others studying hard for 10 years. Return to Jingzhou? When that time comes, even a prefectural magistrate like Ling Tusi will give us a hard time. I don't want to live such a sullen life." Chi Fong's eyes flashed with disappointment. She finally understood that the difference in their views was too great. There was no way they could reconcile. Even though she was not well educated, she had been kind since she was young. She could tell right from wrong. When she found out that her husband's grandfather was Ma Qifeng, the person who killed Yu Fei, she felt as if the sky had fallen. However, she had always been a woman. She adhered to the principle that if she married a man, she would follow him. She could only endure it silently. However, in the past 2 years, she had tried many times to persuade her husband to leave, but each time, the couple parted on bad terms. "I'll go back to Lin and tomorrow morning. I miss the water spinach," Chi Fong suddenly said. Water spinach was her and Wan Gue's daughter. The reason why she had such a strange name was to commemorate Di-yun. This was the nickname she had given Di-yun when they were childhood sweethearts. Of course, Wan Gue did not know the reason, otherwise he would not have allowed his daughter to use another man's name. "We still have things to take care of here. How can we leave tomorrow?" When he thought about how Song Qinshu was still on the run, Wan Gue couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. But when he saw his wife's miserable expression, his heart couldn't help but soften, and he knew that it would only be torture for her to continue staying here. "All right, I'll send someone to send you back tomorrow." The reason why he took her to Yangzhou this time was to pretend that they were going out for a family trip to deceive the eyes and ears of those with ulterior motives in Lin. Now that the situation in Yangzhou had been settled, and they had also met Han Xingzhou and his group, there was no need to hide anymore. So, it was better to let her go back, lest she stayed here to nag every day and make him angry. Originally, with the success of today's plan, Wan Gue was complacent and planned to find his lovely wife to be intimate with while he was healing. Who knew that she would say a lot of clichés, making him lose all interest. After promising to send her back to Lin and tomorrow, he left with a disappointed face. The gloomy face of her husband when he left appeared in her mind. The more Chi Fong thought about it, the sadder she became. She fell on the bed and sobbed. If Song Qinshu knew that the culprit who harmed him was not on good terms with his wife, he would definitely clap his hands and be happy. Unfortunately, He had no time to think about other things at this moment. After all, he was poisoned. As he ran violently, the poison of the golden ripple sunflower, which was originally calm, came out again and caused trouble. Song Qingshu gradually felt a numbness in his limbs. Sometimes he even had an illusion that he seemed to only have consciousness left and could not feel his body. "Hurry up, it's over there." Sensing that the pursuers were getting closer and closer, Song Qingshu had also been on the battlefield. Judging from the whistling of the pursuers, he quickly realized that the people behind him had split into two. One group was chasing from behind and the other went around to the front to block. Knowing that it was futile to continue running, Song Qingshu simply stopped. He just happened to see a hidden cave not far away and struggled to run into it. Casually getting some branches to cover the entrance of the cave, Song Qingshu was completely paralyzed. What he could usually do with a wave of his sleeves, he did not expect that today it would almost take his old life. He had already thought it through. Either the pursuers were blind and did not find this cave, then everything would be fine. Of course, this possibility was very small. Since the other party was searching for him, they would definitely not let go of any bush, so how could they ignore this place? However, even if he was discovered, there was no way out anyway. Instead of being surrounded by enemies on all sides, he might as well make use of the cave's topography to hold the fort. Although he knew that he did not have long to live, with the help of the cave's topography, he could drag a few more people down with him before he died. "It's time to leave my last words." A thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and Song Qingshu suddenly became silent. He had heard this sentence when he watched Higher Brothers in his previous life. At that time, the alien on Easter Island had waited his entire life for his companion's spaceship to pick him up. Knowing that his time was coming, he muttered this sentence to himself. At that time, he did not think much of it, but now that he thought about it, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a deep resonance. He was the same as the alien, a passerby in this world, and when he was about to die, he was exceptionally miserable. Since the alien left his last words with the Easter stone statue before he died, I should also leave something to prove that I existed in this world. Song Qingshu took out a roll of white cloth from his pocket and took out a charcoal pencil, but when he was about to start writing, he hesitated. Last words were always said to the people closest to him, but he did not have any children. Although he had many female confidants, he did not have that much time and a large piece of white cloth to write his last words for each of them. Since it would not be good to leave anyone out, then he might as well not write anything. Let them hate him together. On the contrary, it would be too much of a pity if they were buried with him. Song Qingshu finally understood why so many protagonists in novels were able to obtain the martial arts secret manuals of senior masters every time they fell off a cliff or entered a cave. It was because he was now a senior master who was on the verge of death, and he really didn't want to see the divine skills decay with him. Because the space in the white cloth was a little small, after thinking about it, he finally decided to write the mnemonic of the blissful Zen on it. Who knew that just as he wrote a few paragraphs, the noise of the pursuers could be heard not far from the cave. "Sigh, there's no time." Song Qingshu sensed that the poison of the golden ripple flower had already spread to his limbs and bones. Now that he could not even hold the charcoal pencil in his hand, he simply closed his eyes in resignation. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Hey, is this the martial art that caused me to be embarrassed last time? Yesterday's article on the public account tested whether you guys had a girl complex or a wife complex, and the results were delightful." Public account, Monk Lu Ru. Chapter 11:18. Hearing this extremely ethereal voice, Song Qingshu opened his eyes in a daze. Because of the golden ripple flower's poison, his vision was now greatly affected, and he could only vaguely see a woman in white standing beside him. However, he didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to see this woman walking over from the clouds, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. I thought a lustful person like me would go to the 18th level of hell after death, but I didn't expect a fairy to come and take me to heaven. The woman in white held her forehead as if she was very speechless. Song Qingshu was instantly amused. He thought to himself, it seems that fairies aren't completely devoid of emotions and desires. I have to properly display the skills that I've previously trained to please this fairy sister, so that I won't be made difficult in the future. Seeing him open his mouth as if he wanted to say something, the woman in white finally became a little angry. You're poisoned, so don't waste your energy talking at this time. Fairy sister told me not to talk, so I won't talk. Because of the golden ripple flower, Song Qingshu couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. Seeing that Song Qingshu was awake, the woman in white frowned slightly. She squatted down and placed Song Qingshu's head on her lap. Then, she took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom, and a crystal-clear amber liquid gradually flowed into his mouth. So sweet, is this the immortal world's bejeweled nectar? Song Qingshu smacked his lips and muttered to himself. The woman in white retracted her finger as if she had been electrocuted. Just now, Song Qingshu was greedily sucking the porcelain bottle like a baby sucking milk, and accidentally sucked on her finger. Glaring at him rather angrily, the woman in white helped him up and made him sit cross-legged in front of her. Then, she used a unique hand technique to seal several major acupoints on his back, and pure inner energy was continuously transferred into his body. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Song Qingshu finally opened his eyes, and the turbidity in his eyes gradually returned to normal. When he saw the stunning appearance of the woman next to him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Little junior sister, how come it's you?" The woman before him was draped in a white dress that was like a veil, and she seemed to be shrouded in mist. The faint moonlight shone in and illuminated her exquisite and otherworldly appearance. Who else could it be but Xiaolong Nu? I'm not a fairy from the 9 heavens. Are you disappointed? Xiaolong Nu said calmly. However, there was a hint of a smile on her face. Song Qingshu's face reddened. He still had a vague impression of his embarrassing behavior just now, but he had always been thick-skinned, so he quickly smiled and said, "How could I be disappointed? Junior sister is much more beautiful than any fairy from the 9th heaven. You're about to die, yet you're still so glib." Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly. Obviously, she wasn't used to him praising her so bluntly. "I fed you jade bee jelly earlier and combined it with my inner energy. Unfortunately, it was still unable to expel the toxic poison in your body, and it could only slightly delay the poison in your body. It won't be long before you'll probably. I'm already satisfied to be able to regain a moment of clarity and see this beautiful world once more. I'm even able to see you once more before I die." Song Qingshu had expected such an outcome since long ago. If the poison of the gold wave flower was so easy to cure, then it would truly be unworthy of the title of being incurable in the original work. "You're quite open-minded." Xiaolong Nu responded faintly and did not continue. She had always had such a cold temperament. Grandma's son, who had taken care of her since she was a child, died in front of her, and she did not have the slightest change in her emotions, let alone Song Qingshu. This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be depressed. "Hey, with our friendship, you should at least comfort me a little. I'll pretend to be calm and show that I don't care about life and death. This is the normal development of the plot. What friendship do I have with you?" For some reason, when she heard these words, Xiaolong Nu suddenly thought of that time in the ancient tomb when the two of them were naked and hugging each other. Even though she was usually cold, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. Looking at her white jade-like cheeks faintly showing a trace of bright red, Song Qingshu could not help but be a little stunned. Xiaolong Nu was already incomparably beautiful, and now with a trace of bright red on her cheeks, she was even more tender and beautiful. "I suddenly feel a little reluctant to die. Thinking that after dying, He would never be able to appreciate such beauty again. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Everyone will die in the end. There is no difference in dying earlier or later. At this time, Xiao Longnu had already returned to normal and replied faintly. Well, don't comfort me. Your way of comforting me makes me feel even more uncomfortable. Song Qingshu could not help but smile bitterly. Xiao Longnu answered and really did not say anything else. She really was a young girl. After all, Song Qingshu was a person who loved crowds. He did not want to die too quietly, so he could not help but ask, "Why are you here?" "I was originally here, you just did not notice me." Xiao Longnu's face slightly heated up. In fact, she did not tell the truth. She was originally resting in this cave, but it was a little deeper. Song Qingshu absent-mindedly rushed in. First, he did not think that there would be someone in this wilderness, and second, he did not have the energy to search the entire cave. Xiao Longnu woke up the moment he rushed in. When she saw that it was Song Qingshu, she changed her normal behavior and her expression could be said to be very interesting. Because of what happened in the ancient tomb, Xiao Longnu did not want to face him again, so she quietly hid. Now that Song Qingshu had lost his martial arts, he naturally could not detect her existence. At first, Xiao Longnu only thought that Song Qingshu was coincidentally passing by. She prayed in her heart that he would leave quickly. Fortunately, she had a calm temperament since she was young, so she patiently waited for him to leave. Who knew that later, she gradually discovered that there was something wrong with Song Qingshu's body. After realizing that he was poisoned, she could no longer hide, so she came out. Although she did not want to face Song Qingshu again, she also did not want to watch him die. After all, he was her brother-in-law, and he had saved her life several times. Unfortunately, even though she used all her strength, she could only delay the time of his death. There was no way to cure him. So that's how it is. Song Qingshu still wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a shout from outside the cave. "There is a cave here. The surnamed Song is likely to be hiding inside. Everyone, go in and search." Xiao Longnu looked at him in surprise. "These people are chasing after you?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and nodded. Not long ago, he was a person who took the head of a general among millions of soldiers, but now he was actually being chased by a few small soldiers. There was no escape for him. It was really like a tiger being bullied by dogs. At this time, a group of soldiers rushed in. When they saw Song Qingshu, their eyes lit up. After all, his head was worth 10,000 taels of gold, and he would be promoted by 3 ranks. But when they saw Xiao Longnu beside him, the noisy cave instantly quieted down. Everyone had the same thought: how could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Chapter 11:19. Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of these people, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Little junior sister, your charm is really exaggerated." Hearing his teasing, Xiao Longnu frowned slightly and did not answer. The group of people finally came to their senses. "She's in cahoots with Song Qingshu. Kill Song Qingshu. Capture the woman alive." The group of people shouted at the same time. Song Qingshu did not expect that his casual words would bring trouble to Xiao Longnu, but he soon felt relieved. For this group of ruffian soldiers, meeting a fairy-like woman in the wilderness, and the other party was alone, even if he was not there, they would probably still have sex. Sensing the burning desire in these people's eyes, Xiao Longnu, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but feel a little angry. When the group of soldiers rushed over, Xiao Longnu's figure flashed and directly went up to meet them. Ouch! Everyone only saw a flash of white light in front of them, and before they could see clearly what was going on, they felt a sharp pain in their wrists. They could no longer hold the weapons in their hands, and they fell to the ground with clanking sounds. They all looked at the woman not far away in horror. Xiao Longnu had already returned to her original position, and the 2 swords in her hands were sheathed. She stood there with a calm expression, her clothes fluttering in the wind, like a mysterious fairy. Go quickly! The desire in the group of soldiers' eyes faded, leaving only deep fear. They did not know whether the woman in white in front of them was a fairy or a demoness, or else how could she use such a magical sword technique. Seeing that the other party did not kill them, the group of people felt as if they had been pardoned and ran out in panic. In the blink of an eye, only Song Qingshu and Xiao Longnu were left in the cave. Why didn't you kill them? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. After these people returned, they would definitely tell the situation here to their companions. It would not be long before more experts heard about it and came here. Xiao Longnu replied indifferently, I don't like to kill people. Song Qingshu was startled. Thinking back, although Xiao Longnu's martial arts were high now, she did not kill people from the beginning to the end. He could not help but admire her in his heart. Although she looked cold on the outside, she was extremely kind on the inside. How did you end up like this? Xiao Longnu suddenly asked after a moment of silence. This was something she had always been curious about. After all, she knew Song Qingshu's martial arts cultivation very well. Usually it was him who chased after others. Who would dare to chase after him? It's a long story. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, and then roughly explained how he was poisoned, how he was betrayed by Li Keqiu, and how he was being hunted. There's actually such a powerful poison in the world? Hearing about the poison of the golden ripple flower, Xiao Longnu was also shocked. It must be known that for martial arts experts, as long as their internal energy reached a certain level, they would be able to force out the poison on their own. Otherwise, the world's number one in the pugilistic world would have long been in the bag of the 5 poison sect and the other poison-using sections. At Song Qingshu's level of internal energy cultivation, he could almost be said to be immune to poison. Who knew that he would still be poisoned by the golden ripple flower and be unable to force out the poison at the same time? The golden ripple flower is indeed a poison named after the heavenly demon that fought with Buddha. Song Qingshu was also filled with emotion. How can I save you? Xiao Longnu suddenly asked. How about I go to the Admiral's office and see if I can find an antidote for you? Although she didn't want to meet him before, after knowing his current situation, Xiao Longnu's heart rippled. She didn't understand why she had such emotions. When Grandma's son was about to die, she could be very calm. Why was it that when he was about to die, she was somewhat unwilling? Could it be that the martial arts that she had cultivated since she was young to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires had regressed so much? She couldn't understand it no matter how she thought about it. She could only think that it was because he was eldest senior sister's man. Eldest senior sister was such a good person. If she knew he was dead, she would definitely be sad. Song Qingshu didn't know that in this time, thousands of thoughts had turned in Xiao Longnu's mind. Hearing this, he couldn't help but answer, it's useless. As far as I know, the golden ripple flower has no antidote. And even if there is an antidote, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that time. Hearing that he was losing strength to speak and his eyes were opening and closing, Xiao Longnu quickly went over to check his pulse. Her delicate face suddenly froze. She murmured, I didn't think it would relapse so soon. Don't touch me. I might still have the poison of the golden ripple flower on me, Song Qingshu said hurriedly when he sensed that she was checking his pulse. I touched you so many times just now. Why haven't I been poisoned? Xiao Longnu asked curiously. Song Qingshu also froze. He thought about how Ling Huchong hadn't been poisoned when he had taken him out of the city. He quickly realized that it was probably because he usually had jinqi circulating around his body. The poison powder couldn't get close to him. He had been poisoned because he had smelled the fragrance of the golden ripple flower. Naturally, it wouldn't spread to others. He was about to explain when Xiao Longnu's eyes lit up. I know. Then, under Song Qingshu's puzzled gaze, she took out an item from her bosom and brought it to him. He saw a yellow ball the size of a pigeon egg in Xiao Long Nu's jade white palm. It was dark and inconspicuous. "This is the rhinoceros dragon pill you gave me when we parted last time. According to what you said, this item can ward off 100 poisons. It should be thanks to it." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. The rhinoceros dragon pill was obtained by Western poison Ouyang Feng from the body of a strange beast in the West. It was refined with all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. When worn on one's body, one would be immune to 100 poisons. Venomous snakes and insects would all stay away from it. However, it was clear that this was not the reason why Xiao Long Nu wasn't poisoned. Just as he was about to explain, a strange light shone on Xiao Long Nu's face. "Since this item can ward off poison, then after you eat it, is it possible to cure the poison of the golden ripple flower?" Song Qingshu answered weakly. "This item has a preventive effect, and its main purpose is to ward off venomous snakes and insects. Now that I've been poisoned, it has no effect. Moreover, this item is to be worn on one's body, not eaten." When Ouyang Feng had given this item to him, he had specially warned him that this item was refined with all kinds of medicinal herbs, so it was also deeply poisonous. He must remember not to eat it. Unfortunately, the poison of the golden ripple flower had just been suppressed by Xiao Long Nu with the help of the jade bee honey and internal energy. Now that it had made a comeback, it was especially fierce. Before Song Qingshu could finish his sentence, he had already fainted. Xiao Long Nu hurriedly checked his breathing. It could be said that his breathing was very weak. Her beautiful face couldn't help but change slightly. Now that things have come to this, we can only try everything in a desperate situation. In fact, she also knew that this rhinoceros dragon pill could not be taken, but now that things have come to this, she had no other choice. She couldn't just watch as he gradually breathed his last and do nothing. Her two jade-like fingers clamped the rhinoceros dragon pill and brought it to Song Qingshu's mouth. Unfortunately, because of the poison of the golden ripple flower, his muscles were stiff all over and his mouth was tightly shut, unable to be fed. Chapter 11:20. Xiao Long Nu tried a few times but couldn't get the dragon pill into Song Qingshu's mouth. She couldn't help but frown. Sensing that Song Qingshu's breath was getting weaker, Xiao Long Nu hesitated. If she couldn't get the pill into his mouth, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have a chance. And she also noticed that the dragon pill in her hand was the size of a pigeon's egg. Even if she managed to get it into his mouth, she didn't know how long it would take for the pill to dissolve and produce its effect. And what Song Qingshu lacked the most now was time. As if she had made an extremely difficult decision, Xiao Long Nu hesitantly put the dragon pill into her mouth and bit it with her pearly white teeth. Who knew that the dragon pill was as hard as a rock, and when she bit it, her teeth hurt instead. She could only circulate her internal energy and bite down hard again. The dragon pill was finally broken by her bite and a foul smell spread in all directions. Xiao Long Nu frowned. She could only suppress the annoyance and nausea in her heart and chew it. Then she leaned over and moved closer to Song Qingshu's lips. She reached out and pressed the pressure point on his chin. Taking advantage of his lips softening, Xiao Long Nu moved closer and used the tip of her tongue to pry open his lip. Who knew that his teeth were tightly shut? Xiao Long Nu was secretly annoyed, but it was a matter of life and death. She could only endure the shyness in her heart and kept probing with the tip of her tongue. As the saying goes, even well-tempered steel will become soft. Under her unremitting efforts, Song Qingshu's tightly closed teeth finally opened a gap. Xiao Long Nu hurriedly opened his mouth and put the chewed dragon pill into his mouth. Sensing that he had swallowed it, Xiao Long Nu hurriedly moved away from his body. She wiped her lips and could faintly feel her cheeks burning with the back of her hand. Her face, which had always been as cold as frost, was now as red as a rose. "I haven't even kissed Guo before." Xiao Long Nu couldn't help but stomp her feet. Her face was filled with annoyance, regret, and shyness. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her lips felt numb. Xiaolongnu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful poison!" She couldn't care less about her embarrassment and annoyance. She immediately spat out what was left in her mouth, and took out a bottle of jade bee honey to drink. Then, she hurriedly sat down cross-legged to circulate her qi to force out the poison. The Earth Dragon Pill of Rhinoceros was a panacea developed by Western poison. It could only be worn and not eaten. If a normal person swallowed it, he or she would have died a long time ago. Fortunately, Xiaolongnu only chewed it and did not swallow it, so the poison was not deep. Later on, when she fed Song Qingshu, her tongue came into contact with his lips and teeth, so she was naturally infected with the poison of the golden ripple flower. However, the poison in Song Qingshu's saliva had already been diluted, and Xiaolongnu's mouth contained a panacea against poison, so she didn't end up like Song Qingshu. But even so, she had no choice but to hurriedly circulate her true qi to force out the poison. Wow! Song Qingshu, who was originally unconscious, suddenly turned over and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood on the ground was especially bright red and dazzling, emitting a demonic glow. Xiaolongnu was shocked. Ignoring the poison in her body, she ran over and asked, "How do you feel?" The numbness in her lips and the dizziness in her head were naturally the signs of being poisoned by the golden ripple flower, but at the same time, she felt nauseous and extremely uncomfortable, which should be caused by the toxicity of the Tongsher Earth Dragon Pill. Therefore, she was very worried that Song Qingshu would not be poisoned to death by the golden ripple flower, but be poisoned to death by the Tongsher Earth Dragon Pill first. Unexpectedly, after Song Qingshu vomited blood, he fell into a coma again. Moreover, his body gradually became hot, and it was obvious that he was having a fever. At this moment, Xiaolongnu was also helpless. She could only resign herself to fate. Taking a deep look at Song Qingshu, she took the opportunity to sit by the side and continue to circulate her true qi to force out the poison. This was the difference between Xiaolongnu and other people. At this moment, if it was Ah Jiu and Xia Qingqing accompanying Song Qingshu, even if they knew that there was no way, they would still stare at him at all times and put all their attention on him. Xiaolongnu had cultivated the martial art of abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires since she was young. She had already achieved a heart as still as water. When she realized that she had done what she could, and whether Song Qingshu could be saved depended on his own luck, she calmly sat by the side and began to circulate her true qi to meditate. When Xiaolongnu finished dispelling the poison in her body, Song Qingshu still did not wake up. However, what was worth rejoicing was that even though his body was burning, his breathing was much stronger than before. Thinking of the toxicity of the golden rippling sun flower that Song Qingshu had described before, he should have been dead by now. It seems that the dragon pill of penetrating rhinoceros is still effective. Xiaolongnu nodded and unknowingly let out a sigh of relief. Hot, so hot, Song Qingshu suddenly sleep-talked. She saw him constantly tearing off his clothes, and soon, his strong upper body was revealed. Bah! Xiaolongnu could not help but spit. She only took a glance before hurriedly looking away. Then, she returned to the deeper part of the cave and lay down on the rope that was previously hanging across the wall. Usually, as soon as she lay on the rope, it was very easy for her to fall asleep. However, today, she could not fall asleep no matter what. She could only change her position on the rope and lay on her side, observing Song Qingshu's situation from afar. If there was a third person in the cave at this moment, they would definitely be amazed that Xiaolongnu was on the rope as if she was on a bed. She changed her position at will, but there was no sign of her falling off. At this moment, Xiaolongnu supported her chin with her hand, lying on her side on the rope. Her graceful figure was outlined by the rope, making it even more alluring. It was a pity that no one had the good fortune to be able to appreciate this picture of a dragon girl lying on her side. The only man, Song Qingshu, also had his eyes closed at this moment. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qinshu suddenly sat up straight. Xiao Long Nu's beautiful eyes looked around, staring at him nervously. She saw that Song Qinshu still had his eyes closed, but his whole body was sitting cross-legged. His hands were drawing some strange patterns, and he began to circulate his qi to heal his injuries. Xiao Long Nu's eyes lit up. Seeing that he could start to circulate his qi, presumably, his life was saved. Not daring to go over, for fear of disturbing the other, Xiao Long Nu was still lying on her side on the rope, her pair of big eyes staring at him. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qinshu spat out a mouthful of blood again. However, this time, the blood had a faint golden luster. Xiao Long Nu thought that he was possessed. Her body flashed, and she lightly flew to his side. Feeling the elegant fragrance coming from beside him, Song Qinshu finally slowly opened his eyes. "You're healed." This time, even Xiao Long Nu couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's not that easy," Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "I didn't have time to tell you just now, but the dragon pill of Tongshi itself also contains a strong poison. Who knew that you would really feed it to me?" Thinking of the scene of him feeding the pill just now, Xiao Long Nu's expression was a little unnatural. "At that time, I had no other way. If it was someone else who swallowed the dragon pill of Tongshi, I'm afraid that they would have died on the spot," Song Qinshu said with lingering fear. "Fortunately, I was poisoned by the golden ripple flower." The two poisons clashed, allowing me to take the opportunity to circulate a trace of the zhenqi in my body to protect my heart meridian. That's why I didn't die immediately. "Is this the legendary fight poison with poison?" Xiao Long Nu said in surprise. Chapter 11:21. Hearing Song Qinshu's words, Xiao Long Nu asked in confusion, "Can't you use your inner force to force the poison out now?" Xiao Long Nu had also been poisoned earlier, and she had used her inner force to force the poison out. Song Qinshu's skills were above hers, so she could not understand why he was so troubled. Previously, Song Qinshu had been too deeply poisoned to force the poison out, but now that the poison of the golden ripple flower had been suppressed, he should be able to force the poison out with his skills. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. The poison of the golden ripple flower is really unique for it to be named after the heavenly demon. Even though my life is temporarily out of danger, the meridians in my body have been sealed by the poison. I can feel my skills spreading through my limbs and acupoints, but because the poison has entered my meridians, I can't circulate my vital energy. In other words, I have all my skills, but I can't use them. In fact, it was not completely impossible to use them. Song Qinshu had tried a few times just now, and he could occasionally successfully circulate some vital energy once in 10 times. Unfortunately, the time he could maintain it was extremely short, and it could be said to be fleeting. It could not be used to force the poison out, and instead, it was easy for the poison to enter deeper into his organs due to the sudden disappearance of his vital energy. Song Qinshu had finally managed to achieve a delicate balance with the poison in his body, so he did not dare to take the risk and try again. When he thought about how he had become like Duan Yu, his martial arts sometimes ineffective, Song Qinshu felt a headache coming on. To be honest, he was currently inferior to Duan Yu. Even though Duan Yu could not use the 6-pulse divine sword most of the time, he could still use it normally quite a few times. The probability of Song Qinshu being able to use martial arts now was very small, and the opportunity was fleeting. After listening to Song Qinshu's explanation, Xiao Long Nu somewhat understood. "Since you can't force the poison out yourself, why don't you find someone else to help you? It still doesn't work." In this short period of time earlier, Song Qinshu had already thought of various methods. Presently, the poison of the gold wave flower has already penetrated deep into my meridians and internal organs. If I use external force to expel the poison, and I'm slightly unable to control the strength, then the meridians in my entire body will be crippled, and I'll die an unspeakable death. In fact, His current situation was more or less the same as that of Zhang Wuji after he had been struck by the mysterious dark palm in his youth. Because the cold poison had invaded Zhang Wuji's heart and arteries, it had caused Zhang Wuji's world-shaking martial arts to be helpless. After all, a person's heart and arteries were extremely fragile. Once an external force invaded, even a moment of carelessness would result in death on the spot. In the end, he could only rely on Zhang Wuji's cultivation of the 9-yang manual, relying on his own strength to dispel the cold poison within his body. Song Qingshu's current situation was even worse than Zhang Wuji's back then. The poison of the gold wave flower had already invaded every meridian in his body, blocking the circulation routes of his true qi. As a result, he couldn't even circulate the true qi within his body, let alone cultivate other martial arts like Zhang Wuji to dispel the poison within his body. Then what should I do? As each and every plan was rejected, Xiaolong Nu couldn't help but worry for him. I don't know either. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, wondering if he should make a trip to the King of Medicine Manor to see if the Poison Hand King of Medicine and Cheng Lingsu could do anything about it. However, there was always a limit to medical skills. Now that the poison of the gold wave flower had already intertwined with his meridians and organs, even the Poison Hand King of Medicine would be unable to save him. Everything in the world follows the law of mutual promotion and suppression. Although this gold wave flower is miraculous, I believe that there must be something in this world that can suppress it. Don't be too discouraged. Seeing Song Qingshu's dejected expression, Xiaolong Nu couldn't help but comfort him. Song Qingshu's eyes immediately lit up. Because he was too familiar with the original work, he fell into despair when he heard that he had been poisoned by the gold wave flower. After all, it was clearly written in the original work that the gold wave flower had no antidote. However, there were 3,000 great daos, and there was still a chance of survival. Although it wasn't written in the original work, it didn't mean that there really wasn't an antidote in the real world. Even if it was really as mentioned in the original work that there was no antidote, the original work didn't say that there was no antidote. It was just a difference of one word, but the result was immediately different. In the original work of The Legend of the Flying Fox, the jade silkworm poison goo, crane's crown red, and peacock gallbladder were used together. The divine chapter of the King of Medicine clearly stated that there was no antidote, so it warned the disciples to never use the 3 poisons together. Murong Jingyue was also a disciple of the King of Medicine. After he was poisoned, he couldn't save his life even after using all his skills. Beside him was the junior brother of the Poison Hand King of Medicine, Poison Hand God Owl Shi Wanchen. He was also helpless and could only watch as Murong Jingyue walked towards death. In the end, Hu Fei was accidentally poisoned, and even the readers thought that he was dead for sure. However, Cheng Lingsu sacrificed her own life to save him. This was the so-called, there is no antidote, but there is a way to save him. After thinking through all of this, Song Qingshu suddenly brightened up. Although he appeared to be indifferent to life and death, in reality, he was more pessimistic than anyone else. This was because he was all too clear about the toxicity of the golden rippling flower. But now he understood that even if there was no antidote for the golden rippling flower, there was definitely a way to neutralize its toxicity in this world. Therefore, Song Qingshu's spirit, qi, and spirit were instantly refreshed. Junior sister, do you have any jade bee needles on you? Give me a few. Song Qingshu suddenly asked. Yes, what do you want these for? Xiaolong Nu took out 3 jade bee needles and handed them to him in puzzlement. After Song Qingshu took them, he didn't say anything. He just picked up the jade bee needles and pierced them into his body. What are you doing? Xiaolong Nu cried out in alarm. Could it be that the poison had entered his brain and he had gone crazy? Although her jade bee needles weren't as effective as Li Macho's soul-freezing silver needles, the toxicity was still not small. It could torture a person to the point that they wished they were dead. In the original novel, the Taoists of Chongyang Palace were very annoying, but it had to be said that apart from Zhao Zhijing, most of them were hard bones. In the end, after being poisoned by the jade bee, the Chongyang Seven Masters could only disregard their face and ask Xiao Long Nu for the antidote. Song Qinshu, on the other hand, exclaimed in pleasant surprise. When he noticed Xiao Long Nu's astonished expression, he explained, "Junior sister, don't worry. Not only did your jade bee needles not hurt when they pierced me, they even felt slightly comfortable. I presume the jade bee's poison just happens to have a restraining effect on the gold wave flower's poison." It turned out that when Song Qinshu was thinking of a way to restrain the golden ripple flower, he suddenly saw Xiao Long Nu's beautiful face. An idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that in the original novel, Zhou Baotong was poisoned by the five-colored snow spider. In the end, he had to use the jade bee's poison to cure it. So he asked Xiao Long Nu for the jade bee needles to experiment. If there was only pain when the needles pierced his body, then it meant that the jade bee's poison had no effect on the golden ripple flower. On the other hand, if there was a comfortable feeling, then it meant that it was effective. Oh, Zhou Baotong also used the jade bee to detoxify the poison. Xiao Long Nu's eyes lit up. It was obvious that she was thinking the same thing as him. Chapter 11:22. After the previous experiment, Song Qinshu knew that when the jade bee needles were inserted into his body, the feeling of comfort was minuscule. If he hadn't been concentrating on feeling it, he might have missed it. So it was obvious that the toxicity of the jade bee needles was far from enough to restrain the poison of the golden ripple flower. He could only learn from Zhou Baotong and use a large number of jade bees to win. Okay. Xiao Long Nu took out the bottle of honey. After opening the cork, she circulated her internal energy to evaporate the fragrance from the bottle. After a while, a faint buzzing sound came from the cave. Song Qinshu's face lit up and he hurriedly took off his clothes. He was completely naked. What are you doing?" Xiao Long Nu glanced at him, and unnaturally turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in her voice. In fact, when Zhou Baotong used the jade wasps to fight poison with poison, he had also stripped naked like this. Back then, she was unperturbed and did not find it inappropriate, but now that she saw Song Qinshu's body, it made her anxious and uncomfortable. Song Qinshu was startled and hurriedly explained, "I was worried that my clothes would get in the way so that more jade bees would sting me." Normally, he wouldn't be so rash, but he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Right now, all his energy was focused on how to force out the poison, so he naturally didn't care about these details. He only reacted when he sensed the anger in Xiao Long Nu's tone. Xiao Long Nu also knew that what he said was reasonable, but the impact of a young man's muscular body was extraordinary. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Then turn around." Song Qinshu nodded and quickly recovered. He looked at the cave entrance with a face full of expectation. Xiao Long Nu's bee-taming technique was indeed amazing. Before long, many wild bees had smelled the honey and rushed over. Xiao Long Nu used a unique whistle to command the wild bees, wanting them to attack Song Qinshu and inject bee poison into his body. Although the wasps had never seen Xiao Long Nu before, they all flew in the direction of Song Qinshu under the control of her magical bee controlling technique. Song Qinshu opened his arms and relaxed his body and mind, as if he was welcoming a baptism. Seeing this, Xiao Long Nu's face turned red. She was a little angry, so she ordered the wild bees to sting him as hard as they could to teach him a lesson. At first, the wild bees did follow her instructions and rushed towards Song Qinshu. However, when they were a few meters away from him, the wild bees suddenly stopped and started buzzing around him. Xiao Long Nu felt strange. She thought that these wild bees came from the mountains and were not as easy to control as the jade bees in the ancient tomb. She could only continue to use a special method to order the wild bees to attack. Under her relentless efforts, the wild bees moved forward a few feet, But when they were a meter away from Song Qinshu, no matter how much Xiao Longnu urged them, the wild bees were not willing to move forward. Song Qinshu opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Longnu with a puzzled expression. Xiao Longnu's face turned hot. She thought that this person didn't know how to cover certain places. This was improper. Although Xiao Longnu didn't know much about worldly affairs, she was still very clear about the difference between men and women. In desperation, she could only order the wild bees to surround him. She thought that as long as he was surrounded by the wild bees, she would immediately hide in the cave. However, something unexpected happened. The swarm of wasps received her forceful order, and there was an obvious commotion. Then, all of them suddenly flew out of the cave. In an instant, not a single one of them could escape, leaving only a man and a woman in the cave looking at each other. Could it be that your honey has gone bad? Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Longnu. He couldn't always question the other's ability to control the peak. He was worried that she would lose face, so he found a way for her to step down. Honey won't go bad even after a few years. Xiao Longnu shook her head. Her eyes also showed puzzlement. The wild bees seemed to be afraid of something. Could it be the poison of the golden ripple flower in your body? But she quickly overturned this conclusion. That's not right. The five-colored snow spider was so poisonous, but the wild bees weren't afraid at all. A light flashed in Song Qingshu's mind. I know, it should be because of the dragon pill. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The greatest effect of the dragon pill is to ward off all poisons. Poisonous insects and snakes don't dare to come close. I swallowed the dragon pill. The wild bees should have felt the aura on my body, so they didn't dare to come close. Xiao Longnu's mouth opened slightly. It's all my fault for feeding you the dragon pill. If I had thought of using the wild bee poison to deal with the golden ripple flower earlier, it would have been good. With Song Qingshu's current state, he probably needed tens of thousands of wild bees to be able to restrain the golden ripple flower in his body. But now, because of the dragon pill, the wild bees didn't dare to come close to him at all. Didn't that mean that the only way was broken? Of course, she could slowly refine the wild bee poison and use the jade bee needles to stab him. But the jade bee needles weren't that easy to make. And to restrain the golden ripple flower, the number of jade bee needles would also be an astronomical number. Perhaps before she could make enough jade bee needles, the golden ripple flower poison in Song Qingshu's body would act up again. Seeing Xiao Longnu's face full of self-blame, Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. If little Shimmy hadn't fed me the dragon pill just now, my bones would already be cold. I can't even thank you enough, why would I blame you? Xiao Longnu glanced at him and turned around unnaturally. Since the wild bees can't get close to you, you first put on your clothes. Song Qingshu hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. He apologized. I accidentally stained little Shimmy's eyes. I'm really sorry. Xiao Longnu gave a faint hum and didn't speak again. The cave immediately fell into a strange silence. Song Qingshu was just about to say something when Xiao Longnu's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly jumped to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. Now that he couldn't use his power, Song Qingshu's eyes and ears were naturally far worse than before. Seeing this, he was shocked. Is it the pursuers? Yes. Xiao Longnu nodded. When she came back, she said with a solemn face, and the number of people is very large. Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. It seems that the few people you let go went back to inform and gathered more companions to come back for revenge. Xiao Longnu secretly regretted it. But if time could go back, she probably still wouldn't have killed them. There are too many of them. I'm afraid I can't deal with them, Xiao Longnu suddenly said. As a martial arts master, Song Qingshu had also been tempered by blood and fire on the battlefield. He knew that most of the martial arts masters in Jianghu actually didn't have much power to resist in front of a real army. Once on the battlefield, there were enemies everywhere. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds attacked from all directions. The movement and dodging techniques that they learned on a daily basis were completely useless. Jiao, Zhou Jiruo, and the others were already first-rate martial arts masters in Jianghu. But in the last battle with the Qin court, they were completely unable to use their martial arts skills. They weren't even as useful as a small group of well-trained ordinary soldiers. In the original book of The Return of the Condor Heroes, Zhou Batong, Huang Rong, and the others tried to go to the Mongolian army to rescue them. In the end, many of the top martial arts masters in Jianghu were almost wiped out by a few hundred Mongolian soldiers. Therefore, unless one was like Song Qinshu Donfang Bubi, who had heaven-defying lightness skills, or like Ouyang Feng, who had poison to protect himself, or like Guojing and Xiaofeng, who were born with the constitution of the god of war, or like Zhang Sanfeng and Nameless, who had absolute power, if they were surrounded by an organized army, they could only die. And although Xiao Long Nu's swordsmanship was high, it was clear that she hadn't reached the level where she could ignore an army. "Take off your clothes," Xiao Long Nu suddenly said. Chapter 11:23. Seeing that Song Qinshu didn't move and was looking at her with a strange expression, Xiao Long Nu finally reacted and said angrily, "What are you thinking?" "I was thinking of wrapping your clothes around a piece of wood and pretending to escape with you to distract the pursuers before they surround us." In fact, Song Qinshu also knew that he must have thought wrong, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she confirmed it. Fortunately, he quickly came back to his senses and asked worriedly, "Won't that put you in danger?" Xiao Long Nu shook her head. "With my qinggong, it won't be difficult to get rid of them." Only then did Song Qinshu remember that the ancient Tomb sect was famous for their qinggong, so he took off his outer clothes and handed them to her. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Xiao Long Nu smiled lightly. "You've saved me so many times, it's no big deal for me to save you." Xiao Long Nu practiced kung fu that abandoned the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so her expression was usually very indifferent. Now that she suddenly smiled, it was really like the first snow melting and flowers blooming. Noticing that Song Qinshu was staring at her, Xiao Long Nu's expression became a little unnatural. "I'm leaving." After saying this casually, she wrapped his clothes around a piece of wood, pretending to carry him on her back, and jumped out of the cave. Song Qinshu ran to the entrance of the cave and looked into the distance. He saw that Xiao Long Nu deliberately appeared in front of the group of pursuers, and then led them to run in another direction. "I hope she's safe." Song Qinshu returned to the cave and found that without Xiao Long Nu, the whole cave seemed to have lost its color. Song Qinshu sighed and sat down again in boredom, trying to restrain the scattered jinqi in his body. Unfortunately, he tried many methods, but it didn't work at all. Crack! With a slight crisp sound, Song Qinshu suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the cave. "Big brother, they all went to chase that woman. What are we doing here?" A grumbling voice rang out. Song Qinshu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He hadn't expected that someone would actually find their way here. What do you know? As the saying goes, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. Maybe that woman is using the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. I just asked the injured brothers, and according to their description, the cave should be nearby. Listening to the man's voice, it was clear that he was an expert. Normally, Song Qinshu wouldn't care about such an expert, but now that he couldn't use his power, such an expert was in existence that he couldn't resist. Big brother is indeed wise. Another person echoed. Song Qinshu's heart skipped a beat. A third person? Now, he couldn't even deal with one person, let alone 3 people. Song Qinshu tried his luck, and as expected, he still couldn't activate it. If only he had a sword in his hand now. Suddenly, Song Qinshu's eyes lit up. Just now, Xiao Long Nu had shown great power and stabbed those people's wrists. Many of them couldn't hold their weapons steadily, and they left their weapons in the cave. Song Qingshu picked up a sword that he could use, and his heart finally calmed down a little. Back then, Ling Huchong had lost his internal power because of the heterogeneous Xinqi, but he was still able to blind more than a dozen experts in the battle at the King of Medicine Temple with one sword. With a sword in hand, he wouldn't be trampled on. It was a pity that Song Qingshu's swordsmanship was more natural. The reason why he could turn something rotten into something magical was because the angle and timing of the sword were just right. Now, his eyesight was still there, but the lack of internal power caused his speed and reaction to be greatly reduced, and he might not be able to achieve as exaggerated a result as the 9 strategies beyond the swords. This didn't mean that Song Qingshu's swordsmanship was inferior to the 9 strategies beyond the swords, but the 9 strategies beyond the swords had relatively lower requirements for the swordsman. For example, even if the swordsman didn't have enough internal power, he would still be able to exert a lot of power. However, Song Qingshu's swordsmanship was more simple and gentle, so naturally, the requirements for the swordsman were higher. At the very least, the internal power needed to reach a certain level in order to exert the power of the swordsmanship. I've already survived the most difficult times. If I die now, it would be really depressing. The 3 people outside were obviously not weak. Right now, he only had swordsmanship, but he couldn't use his internal power. If he were to fight against 3 masters, he would probably be in danger. Just as he was fretting, he suddenly saw the pool of golden blood at his feet. Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. He took out Xiaolong Nu's jade bee needle. Because it had been used, the bee venom on it had been greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for it to cause any harm to people. However, this was not a problem for him. There was a pool of ready-made poisonous blood on the ground. Song Qingshu carefully dipped the jade bee needle in the poisonous blood, and then stuck it into the ground at the entrance of the cave. This was the inspiration he got from Yang Guo. In The Return of the Condor Heroes, Yang Guo and Li Macho used this method to escape from the pursuit of the 2 masters, Jinluan Fuang and Nimixing. They also destroyed Nimixing's legs. Although Xiaolong Nu's jade bee needle was not as powerful as Li Macho's icy silver needle, now that it was mixed with the poisonous blood of the golden ripple flower, its lethality was probably above that of the icy silver needle. Found it, the cave is here. In this short period of time, the 3 people outside had found the entrance of the cave. Everyone be careful, there might be a trap in the cave. The leader was obviously very cautious and hurriedly reminded them. Hearing his words, Song Qingshu's heart immediately sank. As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. He did not expect the 3 unknown bodyguards to be so much more cautious than Jinluan Fuang and Nimixing. There are needles on the ground. Be careful. Big Brother indeed has foresight. Soon, the 3 bodyguards cautiously entered the cave. Looking at their attire, they were not Li Kushio's subordinates. They should be the bodyguards accompanying Ma Qinyo. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Ma Qinyo's subordinates had been with him for a long time, and had probably done a lot of scheming and harming people. Therefore, they were much more vigilant than ordinary people. Man proposes, God disposes. When the bodyguards saw Song Qingshu clearly in the cave, they were all startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. That bastard Zhang Quan was worried that us brothers would fight for the credit, so he purposely sent us to the back. Who would have thought that we would be the ones to benefit from it? Ha ha ha! The Zhang Quan they spoke of was nicknamed Wind Chanting Swift Sword. He was the leader of Ma Qinyo's bodyguards and was very famous in the martial world of Jiangnan. He had never been on good terms with the 3 brothers. This time, when they were trying to capture Song Qingshu, he had purposely sent the 3 of them in another direction to deliberately mess with them. Who would have thought that by a stroke of luck, the 3 of them would actually find Song Qingshu? Looking at the 3 of them, Song Qingshu sighed. I did not expect that I would still be found by you. May I know your esteemed names, so that Song Mao will not die a muddled ghost? The man in the lead was extremely tall and sturdy. Seeing that he was about to receive 10,000 taels of gold for his promotion by 3 ranks, his mood was exceptionally good. He could not help but chuckle. Well said, us brothers are known as the Heaven I3 heroes. I am Xiongda. Then he pointed to the man beside him who had a stocky build and a face full of stubble. This is Xiong Er. With a strange expression on his face, Song Qingshu stared at the last man with a wretched appearance. Don't tell me you are called Baldy Chong? Chapter 11:24. Bulsh *T. The man was furious. How is my head bald? I'm the 3rd oldest, so of course I'm called Xiong San. Song Qingshu's face turned cold. You'd better watch your mouth. Xiong San was furious and was about to scold him. However, when he met Song Qingshu's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart and involuntarily shrank his neck. He's heavily poisoned. What are you afraid of? Xiong Er couldn't help but smack him on the head. I don't know what's going on, but I feel panic when I see his eyes, Xiong San mumbled awkwardly. De Xiong looked at Song Qingshu in surprise. The Golden Snake King is worthy of being called the Golden Snake King. Even now, his eyes are still so fierce and majestic. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. A tiger is bullied by a dog when it falls, but a tiger is a tiger after all. The 3 brothers were furious. Even De Xiong sneered. We'll cut off your head soon. Let's see if you can still be so proud then. It's not certain who will kill who, Song Qingshu said calmly. The 3 brothers looked at each other in shock. Could it be that the other party had recovered his martial arts? With the Golden Snake King's cultivation, even if he had only recovered 20% to 30%, it was still not something the 3 of them could deal with. Although Brother Xiong was tall and sturdy, his thoughts were extremely meticulous. After pondering for a moment, he laughed out loud. Surname Song, why do you have to bluff? If you had really recovered your power, why would you take the unnecessary step of setting up a trap at the entrance of the cave? Song Qingshu's expression changed. Seeing this, De Xiong was even more certain. He called the other 2 brothers and slowly approached Song Qingshu in a triangular formation. Don't talk nonsense with this guy. Just kill him. Remember not to cut his face. When the time comes, we'll need his head to claim the reward. After confirming that Song Qingshu had no strength to resist, De Xiong's eyes flashed with a greedy light. At the thought that as long as they killed this man, they would not have to worry about wealth and glory for the rest of their lives. Xiong Er and Xiong San's eyes lit up, and they raised their sabers to slash at him. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in front of them, and the 3 of them hastily retreated. Bear Er and Bear San covered the wound on their wrists, and said in horror, Big brother, his martial arts are still there, let's run. Brother Bear ran over and slapped each of them. He chuckled and said, You 2 are really scared out of your wits by the Golden Snake King's name. If he had really recovered his martial arts, I'm afraid your hands would have been broken. How could it be like now, with only a few scratches? Xiong Er and Xiong San finally calmed down and carefully examined the wound on their wrists. They were pleasantly surprised and said, Oh, the tendons are not broken. It was just a small wound. Brother Bear pointed in Song Qingshu's direction. Nonsense, are you blind? The sword in his hand was sent flying by me. I'm sure that he doesn't have any internal energy left. It turned out that in a split second, Song Qingshu had suddenly stabbed Bear Er and Xiong San's wrists with his sword. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his internal energy, and his attack speed and strength were too weak. In a hurry, Brother Bear's saber slashed at Song Qingshu's sword. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and it fell to the ground several feet away. Son of *TCH, he scared me. I'm going to chop him a few times later. Bear Er and Xiong San reacted and roared angrily. There was no trace of panic on Song Qingshu's face. Instead, an enigmatic smile appeared on his face. You should have heard of my deeds. You should know that I was able to summon the wind and summon the rain to defeat the Qing army." Brother Bear sneered. "Those tricks can only deceive country bumpkins. If you really have the ability to communicate with ghosts and gods, you can just say a word and let the King of Hell take our lives. Won't you be saved then?" Who knew that Song Qingshu would seriously reply, "What's so difficult about that?" Brother Bear's face was full of disdain. He thought that this famous Golden Snake King was a madman. Song Qingshu ignored him and looked directly at Bear. "Bear-san?" Bear-san replied subconsciously. Song Qingshu indifferently said, "You can die now." Bear-san suddenly flew into a rage. Suddenly, his eyes opened and his whole body fell to the ground. Brother Bear and Bear hurriedly ran over and saw that he had stopped breathing in an instant. They were both shocked. "Bear, you can also die now." Song Qingshu's voice sounded again. Bear looked terrified and hurriedly ran out of the cave. Who knew that as soon as he got up, his whole body would fall to the ground. Big Bear's trembling hand went to check his brother's breathing, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. Everything that had happened in front of him was far beyond the scope of his understanding. The two brothers were still alive and kicking just a moment ago, but with just a few words from Song Qingshu, the two of them died one after another. Thinking of the legends of the Golden Snake King described in the stories, Brother Bear finally collapsed. Was the other party an immortal or a devil? "Brother Bear, it's your turn now." Song Qingshu's voice sounded again. "My turn? No, I don't want to die." Brother Bear's limbs were already weak and he could not stand up. He could only desperately move his body outside, but his eyes became more and more unfocused. Finally, he also lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. The cave gradually returned to peace. Song Qingshu's entire body suddenly relaxed, beads of sweat dripping from his temples. How could he have any supernatural powers? The reason why Xiong and Xiong San died one after the other was because his sword was stained with the poisonous blood of the golden rippling flower. Their wrists were stabbed and the poison entered their bodies. Song Qingshu reckoned that it was about time, so he played this trick. From the beginning, Song Qingshu understood that in his current state, it would be difficult to deal with these three people. So, in addition to arranging the jade bee needles at the cave entrance, he also stained his sword with poisonous blood. Because he could not use his inner force, his attack power was limited. However, if it was just to leave a small wound on the opponent's body, he was confident that he could do it. In the end, as expected, he could only injure Bear and Bear-san. Brother Bear was very cautious, and when he saw that something was wrong, he immediately retreated, causing Song Qingshu's sword to stab empty air. Instead, it collided with the opponent's saber, and he was sent flying. Brother Bear escaped the fate of being stabbed because of his cautiousness, but at the same time, because of his cautiousness, he gave up the great opportunity to pursue and attack. Although it was a pity that he did not stab the three people, Song Qingshu had already achieved his goal because he still had the trump card, the soul transfer technique. Because the process of forcing the poison out of the poison consumed a lot of his mental energy, he did not have the confidence to use the soul transfer technique on three people at the same time. If he first used the golden ripple flower poison to get rid of two people and only dealt with Brother Bear, then it would be much easier. Even so, Song Qingshu was still very careful. He first planted a psychological suggestion in him, and then used Bear and Bear-san to suddenly die for no reason to completely destroy his mental defenses. Only then did he use the soul transfer technique on him. This time, it was a matter of life and death, so Song Qingshu did not stay behind like before. In an instant, he destroyed Brother Bear's consciousness. According to modern medicine, this person was already brain dead. Chapter 11:25. When Song Qingshu came out of the cave, a bright red sun was rising in the horizon. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. A new day is truly beautiful. Song Qingshu stretched his body. Last night, he would have died without a doubt, but by a stroke of luck, he actually survived. Now, the golden ripple flower in his body had also temporarily calmed down. Although he still couldn't use his inner force, he didn't really mind it. He was an optimistic person. As long as he was alive, there would be endless possibilities. At this moment, Song Qingshu deliberately concealed his figure. It wasn't because he was careless, but because he didn't need to conceal himself anymore. Because he didn't appear with his original appearance, but had changed into Xiong Da's clothes, changing his appearance to look like him. He was clear that with Xiaolong Nu's Qinggong, she shouldn't encounter any danger. On the contrary, if he continued to stay in the cave and was found by others, he might not be so lucky to escape. Therefore, he simply changed his appearance to Xiong Da's. In any case, the entire mountain was filled with soldiers searching for him. Blending into the crowd would be like a fish in the ocean. How could others find him? He casually found a pit to bury Xiong Er and Xiong San's corpses, and even pretended to erect a tombstone. As for Xiong Da's corpse, it was turned into a puddle of blood by the corpse disintegration powder. In this way, even if someone found anything in the future, Song Qingshu's current identity wouldn't be exposed. However, he didn't continue to stay near the cave, and chose to go straight down the mountain. He was worried that if he stayed near the cave, he would be discovered and become suspicious. After all, he had to be careful in everything. He couldn't afford to take any risk. He planned to wait for the storm to pass before returning to the cave to wait for Xiaolong Nu's return. Along the way, he encountered several groups of soldiers searching the mountain. However, they only took a glance at his attire before continuing their search. Obviously, they recognized him as Ma Qinyo's personal guard based on his attire. Seeing that almost every one of them had a portrait of him, Song Qingshu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance, otherwise he would probably be recognized even if he changed his clothes. After descending the mountain without any mishaps, Song Qingshu strolled at the foot of the mountain, observing the deployment of the troops. He couldn't help but admire Li Kuxiu's talented subordinate. Although most of the troops had been attracted by Xiaolong Nu, they didn't relax in other areas. Instead, they left several troops nearby to conduct a cross-sectional search. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from not far, and a dozen riders came down the mountain. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, he continued to stay in place. Soon, the dozen or so riders galloped past him. Song Qingshu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the leader had suddenly turned his horse around and was heading towards him. Soon, more than a dozen riders surrounded him, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was obvious that their attitude was extremely unfriendly. Song Qingshu's heart shuddered. Did I make a mistake somewhere? Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Big Bear? Song Qingshu was startled. Only now did he notice that these people were wearing the same clothes as him. He seemed to have seen the leader of the group at Ma Qi-su's side last night. Oh, Song Qingshu responded vaguely. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Why are you like a frosted eggplant today? The leader said in a sarcastic tone. Oh, why don't I see Bramble and Bramble? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. From this man's tone, he seemed to have a bad relationship with Big Bear. Suddenly, he thought of the wind chanting fast sword Zhang Quan the three brothers had mentioned last night. Could it be him? Big Brother Zhang is asking you a question. Are you mute? Another man said angrily. Finally getting confirmation, Song Qingshu deliberately said angrily with reddened eyes, It's all your fault for luring us away. In the end, when we went to investigate the cave, they were stabbed by the poisonous needles in the trap and died. Bramble and Bramble are dead? Zhang Quan's eyes flashed a trace of schadenfreude. It's none of my business. You accidentally fell into the trap. I'll kill you. Song Qingshu deliberately pretended to rush over, but someone had already stopped him. Forget it. I won't argue with you for the sake of your bereavement. Zhang Quan waved his hand. This big bear's martial arts was good. If he was really annoyed, it would be a little troublesome. It's not suitable for you to continue to stay here to perform tasks in your current state. It just happens that the young mistress is going back to Lin, and needs an escort. You can escort her back. Ah! Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He just pretended to be casual. Why did the young mistress suddenly come out? And escort her back to Lin? No. I want to stay here to accompany my brother. Song Qingshu subconsciously refused. What a joke. He still had to wait for Xiaolong Nu to come back. How could he run to Lin? This is the order of the left Prime Minister. Do you dare to disobey? Zhang Quan said as he put his hand on the sword at his waist. Song Qingshu's pupils shrank. He knew that Big Bear had never been on good terms with him. If he used this as a pretext to kill him, it would be really unjust. He had no choice but to snort. I'll go. Come with us back to the city to pay your respects to the Prime Minister. Zhang Quan waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to give him a horse. In desperation, Song Qingshu had to follow this group of people to Yangzhou City. It was not that he did not think of escaping along the way. However, in his current state, once his identity was exposed, he would not be able to escape far. Unknowingly, the group of people returned to Yangzhou City. Ma Chi-su did not stay in the admiral's office. Instead, she requisitioned a rich merchant's mansion and lived there. She planned strategies and directed Song Qingshu's arrest. Zhang Quan led this group of people to salute Ma Chi-su. Ma Chi-su nodded and casually said, "This time, you will escort the young mistress back to Lin. Young mistress?" Song Qingshu had a puzzled look on his face. He suddenly thought of Wan Gui from last night. His heart was filled with excitement. Could it be Qi Fang? Unexpectedly, after Zhang Quan heard his words, he did not accept the order. Instead, he said, "Prime Minister, I'm afraid this subordinate will not be able to escort the young mistress back this time." Ma Chi-su immediately raised her head. Her eyes shone with a frightening light. Zhang Quan felt a chill in his heart. He did not dare to deliberately mystify things. He hurriedly said, reporting to Prime Minister, "When we were capturing Song Qingshu yesterday, we were about to succeed. Who knew that a woman in white would suddenly appear and save him?" Ma Chi-su frowned and said, "I already know about this. This time, Li Keqiu has sent several thousand people to surround and capture him. Even if someone saved him, Song Qingshu would not be able to escape." Zhang Quan hurriedly added, "It's not Song Qingshu. It's related to that woman." Song Qingshu lowered his head. When he heard this, his heart shook. "It's related to Xiaolong Nu?" Ma Chi-su clearly had the same doubt. "What happened to that woman?" "About 2 hours ago, this subordinate met that woman from afar. I saw her face clearly. She..." Zhang Quan seemed to recall some terrifying memory. His voice trembled slightly. "She seems to be Li Hua from back then." Li Hua? When she heard this name, Ma Chi-su suddenly stood up. She was clearly shocked. Who is Li Hua? Song Qingshu was extremely puzzled. Someone who could make Ma Chi-su lose her composure like this was clearly not an ordinary person. Impossible. Ma Chi-su finally came to her senses. Li Hua died long ago. Even if she didn't die, she would be over 50 years old now. However, according to the information we received yesterday, the person who saved Song Qingshu is clearly a young woman. It can't be her. This subordinate also participated in the operation to capture Li Hua back then, so I recognize her appearance. That girl in white is practically a copy of her. Zhang Quan also revealed a puzzled expression. However, no matter how good Li Hua is at preserving her appearance, it's impossible for her to look so young. Moreover, Their martial arts are quite different. Zhang Quan secretly glanced at Machi Su. Then, he said, according to this subordinate's deduction, that woman in white is very likely the baby girl from back then, Yu Yinping. Machi Su's face darkened. No wonder the information we received said that she appeared near Yangzhou City. At first, I thought she was the daughter of Yu Buchuan of Mount Huasong. Qingshu finally remembered who Li Hua was. She was Yu Fei's wife. She was also the aunt that Li Qingluo had mentioned before. Because of her mysterious identity, the people of the southern Song dynasty did not know her real name. They only referred to her as Li Hua. Song Qingshu knew that if not for the mask on his face, his current expression would be very interesting. He did not expect that Yu Fei's orphan was actually Xiaolong Nu. However, when he thought about it carefully, all the characteristics fit together. When Xiaolong Nu was still an infant, she was left at the entrance of the Chuanjin sect. Presumably, at that time, Yu Fei was killed unjustly. Li Hua was also weak after giving birth, and was chased by Machi Su and Zhang Jun's lackeys. She was unable to protect her daughter, and did not dare to trust anyone. Thus, she left her daughter at the entrance of the world's most righteous sect, the Chuanjin sect. At that time, Wang Chongyang was a trustworthy person in terms of martial arts and character. However, she did not expect that in the end, Xiaolong Nu would be carried back to the ancient tomb by Lin Chaoying's servant girl. No wonder I always felt that Wang Yuyan and Xiaolong Nu looked somewhat similar. I thought that it was because of the influence of the movies in my previous life. I did not expect that they were really related by blood. Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. Although Xiaolong Nu and Wang Yuyan were only a few years apart, according to seniority, Xiaolong Nu should be Wang Yuyan's aunt. Zhang Quan, arrange for one person to escort young mistress back to Linen. Send the rest of the people out. We must capture that woman. Inform everyone that we don't need to care about that Song Qingshu anymore. Anyway, he won't survive after being poisoned by the golden ripple flower. Send everyone to capture that woman. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Machi Su's eyes. Because of what happened in the past, she had already formed a blood feud with the Yu clan. These years, the public opinion had gradually been crying out for Yu Fei's innocence. If they knew that Yu Fei's daughter was still alive, there would definitely be people who would take the opportunity to reverse Yu Fei's verdict. At that time, they would all die without a burial place. Therefore, Yu Fei's descendant must not be allowed to live in this world. Understood. A trace of joy flashed in Zhang Quan's eyes. Back then, he had made a name for himself by hunting down Yu Fei's family. He had been recognized by Machi Su and gradually promoted to become the leader of the imperial bodyguards. If he could capture that woman this time, it would be another great achievement. When that time came, he would be rewarded with glory and wealth. The Prime Minister would definitely not mistreat him. Zhang Quan turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. He pointed at him and said, Xiongda, this time, you will escort young mistress back to Lin alone. The rest of you, follow me to capture that woman. He was not in good condition today. Chapter 11:26. The three Xiong brothers had always had a bad relationship with Zhang Quan, so Zhang Quan would deliberately make things difficult for the three of them in his work. For example, he left the three of them in the rear because he was worried that they would catch Song Qingshu and take the credit. Who knew that they would run into Song Qingshu by accident? Of course, Zhang Quan did not know that the three brothers were dead, so this time he deliberately transferred First Xiong to protect the young madam. Such a task was not profitable and risky, so it was necessary to do it well. If the young madam was injured on the way, the guards would not be able to bear the consequences. On the contrary, if they went to capture Xiaolong Nu and gain something, they would not have to worry about wealth for the rest of their lives. Noticing First Xiong's sullen face, Zhang Quan felt a strange pleasure in his heart. Song Qingshu wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not expect that his expression at this time was particularly in line with First Xiong's reaction. Originally, he was only worried that staying near the cave would arouse the suspicion of someone with ulterior motives, so he wandered around the foot of the mountain and waited for Xiao Longnu to come back before running back to meet her. Who knew that he would first be brought back to Yangzhou by Zhang Quan, and now inexplicably be assigned to escort the young mistress back to Lin. The only gain was that he learned the secret of Xiao Longnu's life experience, so this trip was not in vain. As for Machi Su mobilizing the experts under her command to surround and capture Xiao Longnu, Song Qingshu was not very worried. On this trip to the north, Machi Su could only mobilize a limited number of people. With the martial arts of Zhang Quan and the others, it was not realistic to hurt Xiao Longnu. Moreover, with Xiao Longnu's lightness skill, it was more than enough to get rid of these people. The only thing worth worrying about was whether Xiao Longnu would have an accident in order to come back to find him. Song Qingshu was thinking of ways to inform Xiao Longnu, but unfortunately, he was in the tiger's den now and could not find any opportunity. After I send that young mistress out of the city, I'll leave quietly. No one will know. Song Qingshu thought about it and decided that this was the safest way. Zhang Quan and the others left excitedly, while Song Qingshu was led by a servant to the side door. A carriage had long since stopped there, and Wan Gui was currently helping a young married woman with a flowery dress, saying something indistinctly. Song Qingshu looked up and saw that the young woman had slender eyebrows and curved lips. Perhaps because she lived a comfortable life in the Wan clan, her skin was white and tender, like that of a young girl. However, she was more voluptuous than a young girl. She looked somewhat familiar. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and remembered that he had seen her once in Jingzhou City. This young woman was naturally Qi Fang. Last time, Di Yun said that he found her whereabouts, so he bade farewell to her. I wonder if he has seen Qi Fang. Song Qingshu thought that under normal circumstances, he would definitely ask Qi Fang directly. However, he did not dare to reveal his identity now. Hearing the commotion, the husband and wife turned around. Noticing that Song Qingshu was alone, Wan Gui's expression immediately turned ugly. Eh? Why are you alone? Where are the others? Even though they were enemies, Song Qingshu had no choice but to admit that Wan Gui was indeed very handsome and confident. It was a pity that he only had a good appearance and his heart was full of crafty tricks. The Prime Minister has other important matters to attend to and cannot split his hands. Song Qingshu gave a rough explanation. Wan Gui's expression changed slightly. Hearing that it was Machi Ju's idea, he did not dare to question it. He could only comfort Qi Fang. This trip to the south is very safe. Coupled with the Prime Minister's waste token, we can mobilize the officials along the way at any time. There is no need to worry about safety. Qi Fang nodded absent-mindedly. That's good. I don't like too many people either. Only then did Wan Gui turn back to Song Qingshu. Protect young mistress well along the way. If she loses even a strand of hair, I will ask for it on your behalf. Song Qingshu responded casually, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. If not for Di Yun's sake, how can I quench the hatred in my heart if I do not protect your wife to bed after you harm me like this? Wan Gui did not notice the look in his eyes. Instead, he turned to the gorgeous woman beside the carriage and said, Tao Hong, you will take care of young mistress' daily needs. As for the other heavy work, just instruct Xiongde to do it. I owe young master, rest assured. The gorgeous woman giggled, her tone faintly tinged with the aura of a prostitute. It turned out that this woman named Tao Hong was originally Wan Jinshan's concubine. Back then, under the instructions of the Wan father and son, she framed Di Yun and attempted to rape her, causing Di Yun to be thrown into prison. Thus, she was deeply trusted by the Wan father and son. However, she came from a brothel. After the Wan father and son returned to the family, Her identity could not enter the Mochi family. She could only stay by Wang Jinshan's side in the form of a maidservant. This time, she was sent to accompany Qi Fang back to Lin. Note: in the original work, after Tao Hong framed Diyun, Wang Jinshan burned the bridge after crossing the river and chased her out of the Wan family. In the end, she hid in a broken ancestral hall behind the Wan residence and became a crazy beggar. Wan Gui still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a manservant ran over and reported, "Young master, the Prime Minister is looking for you." Wan Gui did not dare to delay since Ma Qifang was looking for him. He could only say to Qifang, "I will go in first. Go back and take good care of the water spinach." Qifang frowned. She wanted to say something, but when she thought that her husband would definitely not be willing to listen, she could only drop the subject. Seeing her husband anxiously running back to the courtyard, Qifang faintly sighed. She turned around and was about to get into the carriage. Perhaps it was because her mind was elsewhere, she actually stepped on empty air, and her entire body tilted to the side. "Madam, be careful." Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to support her. However, his expression quickly changed. Because he was unable to use his internal energy, he had originally wanted to support her arm. Who knew that he would be so weak and powerless that he actually failed to support her? Seeing that the two of them were about to fall to the ground, he hurriedly reached out with his other hand to stabilize her body. A soft and bouncy feeling came from his palm. It turned out that in his panic, his hand had actually touched the other's full chest. Song Qingshu was really on the verge of tears. He could swear on his dignity that he had absolutely no intention of taking advantage of her. It should be known that he was currently in a tiger's den. His top priority was to safely leave Yangzhou City. How could he dare to complicate matters? This was really a case of misfortunes. Song Qingshu quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "You damn, do you know the rules? Is the young madam's hand something you can touch?" Tao Hong was tidying up her luggage to the side. When she turned around and saw this scene, she opened her mouth to curse. Song Qingshu's face sank. He had already begun to consider how he would escape when the guards inside rushed out. "It doesn't matter. It was my own carelessness. I don't blame him." At this time, Qifang suddenly said in a soft voice. Seeing that the young madam had spoken, Tao Hong did not dare to say anything. She could only fiercely glare at Song Qingshu. "Fortunately, the young madam is a good person. Otherwise, you would have to suffer a beating today." Song Qingshu knew that from Tao Hong's angle, she could only see him supporting Qifang. She should not be able to see where his hand was placed. Otherwise, how could she let it go so easily? On the contrary, Qifang suffered such a big loss, but she did not blame him at all. Was she worried that it would damage her reputation if it was spread out? After Qifang finished speaking, she did not look at him again. With the help of Tao Hong, she got into the carriage. After a while, Tao Hong poked her head out of the carriage and saw that Song Qingshu was still standing there. She angrily scolded, "What are you still doing there? Get on the carriage and go." Oh, Song Qingshu came back to his senses. He jumped into the carriage and subconsciously lifted the curtain. He saw Qifang holding her chin with her hand. Her snow-white wrist and rosy face complemented each other. It was a different kind of amorous feeling. Qifang was in a daze inside the carriage. She noticed the movement at the door curtain of the carriage. She could not help but look up at him in surprise. Song Qingshu woke up. For a moment, he forgot his current identity. He still thought that he was the Golden Snake King who was treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Tao Hong, who was next to him, suddenly became angry. "Is this a place where you should be? Get out." Song Qingshu frowned. This evil woman really bullied the weak and feared the strong. Before, she was extremely flattering to Wan Gui, but in front of the other servants, she was arrogant. However, the two sides were not on the same level. Song Qingshu did not get angry over such a small matter. He retreated and sat in front of the carriage. A servant next to him smiled and waved his whip. Go. It turned out that in addition to Song Qingshu, Qi Fang, and Tao Hong, there were 2 servants accompanying them. One drove the carriage in front, and the other was in charge of the carriage at the back. In addition to driving the carriage, these 2 servants were also responsible for carrying the luggage and serving tea. After all, Song Qingshu's identity at this time was as a guard. His main responsibility was to protect the safety of the group. The carriage drove for a while. Song Qingshu suddenly suspected something. He could not help but ask the servant next to him, "Hey, this doesn't seem to be the direction to leave the city?" The servant was startled at first. Then he reacted. There are 2 directions to leave the city. One is to go out of the city gate and go by land. The other is to go here and go by water. This time, we are going back to Linnan. Of course, it is more convenient to go by the Grand Canal. We actually have to take a boat. Song Qingshu suddenly had a headache. Originally, he thought that after going out of the city, he would find a chance to quietly leave and then go find Xiaolong Niu. Who knew that now he would have to take a boat? At that time, there would be a vast river all around. He would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. But Song Qingshu had no other choice now. Now he was still in Yangzhou City. In order to capture him, Yangzhou City was under martial law. If there was any strange movement, he would be surrounded immediately. He did not dare to take this risk. Originally, Song Qingshu was still wondering if he should take Qi Fang hostage if he was exposed. But he quickly gave up this idea. It should be known that in the original work, the father and son of the Wan family were more vicious than snakes and scorpions. Qi Fang died in the hands of Wan Gui. Now, there was a Ma Chi-chen who was 100 times more vicious. Why would he care about the life and death of a granddaughter-in-law? Let's leave the boundary of Yangzhou first. Song Qingshu weighed the pros and cons. Finally, he decided to board the boat with this group of people first. With the name of the Wan family's young mistress, at least he did not have to deal with the city full of soldiers. Many readers have responded that the scenes of the main wife, Zhou Jiruo, are too few. I am also having a headache over this problem. I still need all readers to brainstorm. If you think of any plot related to Zhou Jiruo, please leave a message on the official WeChat account. Chapter 11:27. When the group arrived at the dock, there was already a huge merchant ship docked there. This world's water transport was very developed. Even though the countries were fighting, there were still countless ships coming from the south to the north. Wan Gui used his background to find such a ship in a short amount of time. The owner of the ship was an old Zhujiang merchant family. Knowing that important people were coming, they purposely left the top floor of the ship open. A sailor had already helped the servant move the luggage up. After they all got on the ship set sail. The Southern Song Prime Minister's mansion sure has a lot of face. Song Qingshu looked at the flattering ship owner and couldn't help but laugh. As the young madam of the Prime Minister's mansion, Qi Fang naturally didn't have to deal with these merchants. These social activities were all handled by Tao Hong. She went back to her room to rest. The other 2 servants were arranging the accompanying luggage. Song Qingshu was a little bored at the moment. After all, this ship was a large merchant ship. The guards on the ship were already very impressive. In addition, they were at the highest level, so no one would be stupid enough to disturb them. Song Qingshu went out and stood on the balcony of the top deck. He looked at the city of Yangzhou that was getting further and further away. He sighed. This trip to Yangzhou had been smooth. They were about to succeed. Who knew there would be such a big change at the end? This time, he was able to escape death. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be glad that he was lucky. The past day and night was so long. There were a few times when he thought he couldn't escape. Who knew in the end, he would make it. When I first came to this world, I was looking for martial arts manuals all over the world. At the time, I sighed that the main characters were unbeatable. Now, it seems that my luck is also very good. The river wind brushed his face. Song Qingshu felt refreshed. He had always been an optimistic person. Maybe in the eyes of others, he had lost his martial arts, which was a bit tragic. But in his eyes, when he first came to this world, his meridians were all broken and he was on the verge of death. That was called despair. Now, his heart was strong enough. All these years of experience and vision allowed him to know that his cultivation had only temporarily dissipated because of the golden ripple flower. As long as he found a way to cure the poison of the golden ripple flower, recovering his cultivation would be a matter of course. Furthermore, this calamity wasn't in vain. At the very least, judging from the current situation, he was now completely immune to all poisons. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Duan Yu is invincible just by eating a toad, but I've been struggling on the edge of life and death for so long. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Guard Xiong, why are you laughing? A gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. Song Qingshu stared blankly. For a moment, he didn't realize that he was the guard Xiong that the other party had mentioned. It wasn't until the other party repeated her question that he turned around and said, "So it's young madam." The cool breeze on the river caused Qi Feng's dress to flutter. The hair on her head was also somewhat disheveled and hung over her cheek. Her body was graceful and slender, as if she would be blown away by the wind. The wind is strong outside. Young madam, you should return to your room and rest. Song Qingshu didn't want to have any contact with her. Once the boat was far enough away from Yangzhou, he would find a chance to quietly disembark. From then on, their fates would be in their own hands. Qi Feng shook her head and said with a slight smile, "It's fine. In my early years, I also learned martial arts. My body isn't as delicate as the other madams and young ladies in the capital." Hearing this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look her up and down. Although he had lost his cultivation, his eyesight was still there. The young madam in front of him had a rosy complexion and exuded a moist luster. Indeed, she looked healthier and more energetic than most of the ladies in the boudoir. However, that was all. Presumably, after living like a princess for so many years as a young madam, coupled with the fact that she had given birth to a child, her martial arts had long since been mostly abandoned. Noticing that Song Qingshu's eyes were staring at her, Qi Feng's elegant eyebrows wrinkled. She thought to herself, how can this person be so rude? However, she was, after all, born in Jianghu. She wasn't as particular as the other noble madams. Lightly coughing, she opened her mouth and said, "Guard Xiong, these past 2 days, you've been busy inside and outside. In the end, what have you been doing?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "Young madam, you don't know? I know a little. As for the specific details, I'll need Guard Xiong to tell me." At this time, Qi Feng was standing in the wind. Song Qingshu could faintly smell a woman's body fragrance. "I don't know what kind of rouge and face powder she uses. It smells pretty good." Song Qingshu secretly pondered. "Guard Xiong?" Qi Feng continued to ask with a frown. "Since one young master didn't tell you, he naturally has his reasons. This subordinate doesn't dare to speak carelessly." At this time, they still hadn't completely escaped from danger. Song Qingshu had no choice but to be careful. He imitated Xiong Da's tone and replied, "Guard Xiong, you only have young master in your eyes. You don't have me?" Qi Feng somewhat angrily glared at him. "I don't dare." Song Qingshu lowered his head and didn't meet her eyes. He was very clear about his greedy and lustful nature. This Qi Feng used to be Jingzhou City's #1 beauty. As the saying goes, Jingzhou City's thousands of beauties and hundreds of beauties. Even with Song Qingshu's picky eyes, he had to admit that the young woman in front of him was as beautiful as a flower. He was afraid that looking at her a few more times would cause his lustful nature to act up again. However, the current Song Qinshu was no longer as unprincipled as he was a few years ago. Di-yun, that silly boy, was honest and loyal. Over the years, he had done his best to do things for him. As the saying goes, one shouldn't bully a friend's wife. Even though the woman in front of him was now Madame Wan, she was also Di-yun's sweetheart. Therefore, Song Qinshu tried his best to avoid any interaction with her. Qi Fang didn't expect to run into a soft rebuff. In her anger, she suddenly came up with a plan. Just now, you were a bit rude to me. If I speak of it, you should know what the consequences are. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. He didn't expect this girl to know how to use both kindness and power. What does young madam want to know? Seeing that he was on the right track, Qi Fang smiled with satisfaction. Who were you dealing with last night when you were so busy? Golden Snake King. Song Qinshu. Whenever he spoke his name, he always had a strange feeling. It really was him. Qi Fang had also vaguely heard some of it yesterday, but as far as I know, Golden Snake King's martial arts are unparalleled and his qigong is unparalleled. How could you people deal with him? Of course we had to use some despicable means. Song Qinshu snorted coldly and roughly explained the matter of the golden ripple flower. After he finished, Song Qinshu suddenly noticed Qi Fang's surprised expression and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Young madam, please don't speak of this. Noticing his nervous expression, Qi Fang smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I won't tell young master. Moreover, I also think that this method is a bit despicable. After a pause, she suddenly faintly sighed. Why do you want to deal with Golden Snake King? This subordinate doesn't know. Song Qinshu casually replied. I heard that Golden Snake King fought against the Manchurian Qing and is a great hero of the Han people of the Central Plains. In addition, he also saved a dozen princesses. Sigh, third brother really shouldn't have done this time. The third brother Qi Fang was talking about was naturally Wan Gui. Wan Zhinshan had many disciples and Wan Gui was ranked third among them, so he was addressed as such. Song Qinshu looked at her in surprise. It should be known that all the people she had come into contact with in her life, except for Di-yun, were all evil and shameless people. Her father Qi Changfa, her father-in-law Wan Zhinshan, her husband Wan Gui, and now Ma Chi-chen, living in such an environment, it was really rare for her to still be able to maintain a pure and innocent heart. Qi Fang was just expressing her feelings when she suddenly remembered that there was an outsider beside her. She couldn't help but blush and hurriedly said, I was just saying it casually today. Don't take it to heart and don't spread it. She then turned around to return to her room. Young madam, Song Qinshu suddenly called out to her. Qi Fang turned around and looked at him with her big eyes in confusion. Why did young madam help me hide what happened in the carriage? Song Qinshu couldn't help but ask. Thinking back to when this man had grabbed her breasts, Qi Fang's face turned red. However, she quickly gathered her thoughts. Afraid that the other party would misunderstand, she hastily replied in a cold voice, Don't let your imagination run wild. I just don't want someone to die because of me. She didn't wait for him to reply and hurriedly returned to her room. Song Qinshu was startled but quickly realized what she was worried about. He couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed a woman who scrupulously abided by the virtues of a woman. However, Qi Fang's tragedy was that she scrupulously abided by the virtues of a woman. She was an extremely traditional woman, adhering to the principle that if she married a chicken, she would follow the chicken. Even after she found out that her husband's family had harmed her father and Di-yun, she still wholeheartedly thought for her husband. In the end, she died in Wan Gui's hands. If she had the personality of a city woman in the future, it would have been a different ending. After all, Di-yun liked her so much that he didn't mind her marrying and having children. If she had been a bit braver, this pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks could have lived happily together for the rest of their lives. After Qi Fang returned to her room, she hastily hid behind the screen and untied her clothes. Looking at her wet chest wrap, she couldn't help blushing. It turned out that the reason she had rushed back was not only because she didn't want to be misunderstood, but also because her breasts had swollen up. After giving birth to a daughter, coupled with living like a princess, her milk had always been plentiful. However, there were professional wet nurses in large families, so she didn't need to breastfeed herself. This caused her breasts to swell up and become heavy, so she had no choice but to quietly squeeze them out every once in a while. After a long time, Qi Fang was drenched in sweat and finally finished her routine. Looking at the bowl full of milk in front of her, her cheeks were extremely attractive. Soon it was night time. Because the ship was well guarded, Song Qingshu didn't need to do anything, so he sat in meditation in his room, trying to communicate with the true qi that was scattered throughout his body. Suddenly he felt something. After opening his eyes, he saw a black shadow sneaking past the door. Song Qingshu's heart trembled. It must be known that Qi Fang was now the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. The owner of the merchant ship naturally didn't dare to neglect her, so he vacated the top floor for them to live in. And Song Qingshu's room just happened to be at the entrance of the stairs. Qi Fang and Tao Hong's room was even further inside. In this way, Song Qingshu could provide better protection. To get to Qi Fang's room, they would inevitably have to pass by his door. Could it be a thief? Song Qingshu frowned. He really couldn't figure out who would dare to mess with the Tai Sui. Moreover, there were guards arranged by the merchant ship at the entrance of the stairs. How did this person get up here? If Qi Fang was only Ma Chi-chu's granddaughter-in-law, Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to care about her life or death. Unfortunately, she was also Di Yun's sweetheart. Moreover, Song Qingshu also didn't want to see such a kind-hearted person meet with any mishap. Raising his long sword, Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after the thief. Although he couldn't use his internal energy now, he still had his sword skills. He was more than enough to deal with ordinary thieves. Moreover, he still had the soul transfer art as his trump card. If he really ran into an expert, he would still have the power to protect himself. When Song Qingshu came out of his room, he saw a black shadow flash past the corner of the corridor not far away. He couldn't help but feel his heart sink. That was Qi Fang's bedroom. By the time he chased after it, he had already lost track of the black shadow. After looking around, he suddenly saw a slightly swaying window. It just happened to be Qi Fang's bedroom. Did that person go in? Song Qingshu was shocked. However, he didn't dare to rush in rashly. After all, this was only his speculation. Young madam, young madam? Song Qingshu knocked on the door and asked in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, there was no response even after he shouted a few times. Song Qingshu's heart sank. Young madam, I just chased a black-clothed man here. If young madam still doesn't answer, in order to ensure young madam's safety, this subordinate will come in now. There was still no answer. Even Tao Hong's room next door didn't move. Song Qingshu no longer hesitated. He reached out and pushed the door. He found that the door was locked from the inside. In desperation, he had no choice but to jump in through the half-opened window. Young madam. After entering the room, Song Qingshu continued to call out to Qi Fang while he braced himself for the thief's sneak attack. Creak, there was a movement on the other side. Song Qingshu looked up and saw a black shadow jumping out of the window over there. Song Qingshu chased after it for 2 steps and suddenly stopped. Now catching the thief is secondary. The most urgent task is the safety of Qi Fang. He hurriedly lit the candle and vaguely saw a person lying on the bed. Song Qingshu hurried over to check. Huh! He saw Qi Fang lying quietly on the bed, covered with a quilt. Young madam. Song Qingshu shouted twice. There was still no movement. Song Qingshu checked her nose and found that she was still breathing. He was relieved. Fortunately, it's just a drug. Noticing that Qi Fang's round shoulders were faintly exposed, Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to lift the corner of the quilt. He couldn't help but hold his breath. It turned out that Qi Fang was naked under the quilt. Her fair and supple body was unreservedly displayed in front of him. Her smooth shoulders, delicate collarbones, slender waist, perfectly round thighs, and especially that heavy and full chest, there was a faint trace of sparkling milk stains. "Is it a rapist?" Song Qingshu was shocked. His eyes swept over her body, and when he didn't find any signs of being violated, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I must have found out before you could do anything." Song Qingshu thought that he needed to strengthen his guard in the future. He was about to put down the quilt when suddenly the door was kicked open and Tao Hong rushed in with a group of people. "You came at the right time." Noticing that there were men coming in, Song Qingshu hurriedly put down the quilt and was about to tell them what happened just now. Tao Hong was already trembling with anger. She pointed at him and cursed. "Come on, take down this beast who violated the mistress." Chapter 11:28. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, then realized that the current situation was indeed a bit easy to misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood, I am." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a group of people swarmed up and surrounded him, the tips of the swords in their hands flashing with cold light, as if they were going to cut him at any time. Song Qingshu felt strange. How could there be so many people? Wasn't he the only guard accompanying them? Looking carefully, from the clothes of these people, he recognized that they should be the guards of the merchant ship. "The criminal is someone else, I just came in," Song Qingshu said quickly, at the same time tightly holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. He was on guard. He didn't want to be killed here. However, his temples were slightly sweating. After all, he couldn't use his internal energy. With so many people attacking together, he wasn't sure he could come out unscathed. Fortunately, as a guard of the Prime Minister's residence, these people didn't know his actual situation. They were also afraid of him, so they didn't immediately rush over. But this was only a temporary situation. Song Qingshu understood that this balance wouldn't be maintained for long. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Once someone took the lead, they would all rush over. "The young madam was drugged. Wake her up and ask her," Song Qingshu said quickly. Tao Hong opened her mouth, but the other party's words were reasonable. She couldn't refuse, so she could only order those people, "Watch him." Then she ran to the bed to wake Qi Fang up. Seeing that Qi Fang didn't respond after she called a few times, Song Qingshu frowned. "She was drugged. You can't wake her up like this. Quickly find some water and put it on her face." Tao Hong seemed to have caught something, pointed at him and said, "You even know that the young madam was drugged, and you still say it wasn't you?" Song Qingshu sneered. "This is common knowledge that must be learned in the martial world. As the Prime Minister's bodyguard, how could I not know? Uneducated people are really terrible." He deliberately pointed out that he was the Prime Minister's guard, just to make these people hesitate to attack. Tao Hong's face turned red from his sarcasm, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. She could only wake Qi Fang up first. Tao Hong gets some water and puts it on her face. Qi Fang finally wakes up. "What's going on?" Qi Fang vaguely saw that there were many more people in the room, so she couldn't react for a moment. "It's like this." Tao Hong was about to add oil to the fire when Qi Fang suddenly noticed that she was naked. She couldn't help but scream and hurriedly grabbed the quilt on her body, for fear that there would be a little bit of exposure. How could this be? Qi Fang's mind went blank, and her eyes became dull as she muttered to herself. "Don't worry, young madam. I came in just in time. That scoundrel ran away before he could do anything. Young madam shouldn't have suffered any injuries," Song Qingshu said. "On the contrary, I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate for so many men to squeeze into madam's room. Why don't we ask them to leave first?" Okay. Chi Fang wasn't used to being surrounded by so many men. Now that she wasn't wearing any clothes under the bed, she was so embarrassed that she almost found a hole to hide in. "Young madam, don't be fooled by this thief," Tao Hong hurriedly interrupted Chi Fang. Just now, he broke into young madam's room and was about to do something bad. Fortunately, we ran into him. "It's you." Chi Fang turned around and glared at Song Qingshu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with rage. After all, as soon as she woke up, she was stripped naked, and she was almost violated. No woman could accept such a drastic change. "Young madam, don't misunderstand. I noticed a thief sneaking up the stairs, so I came out to investigate and found that he had entered young madam's room. I asked young madam several times outside the door, but there was no response. I was worried that something had happened, so I came in." Song Qingshu was not in a hurry, and in just a few words, he restored the situation just now. Chi Fang frowned slightly, and for a moment, she was also puzzled. "You make it sound better than you sing," Tao Hong sneered. "It's obvious that you are bold. At night, I accidentally found you sneaking into young madam's room. Unfortunately, I am a weak woman, and I dare not come out to stop you. My life is small, but if I can't save young madam, I will die 1,000 times. So I hurriedly ran down to find Mr. Du, and asked him to summon his guards to rush up together. I just happened to see you preparing to do something bad to young madam." The Mr. Du she mentioned was the owner of this merchant ship. After all, the world was in chaos. It would be difficult for a person who traveled all over the world without some bodyguard. Song Qingshu was shocked and angry. "What nonsense are you talking about? With which eye did you see me? I just knocked on your door, but there was no movement inside. I thought you were also drugged." His mind turned quickly. Why did Tao Hong say that she saw me? Could it be that the thief had deliberately changed my clothes to confuse her, or this was originally a conspiracy against me? But now he was Brother Xiong. He had specially inquired about him before. Except that he did not get along well with Zhang Quan, he did not have any enmity with anyone. But even if it was Zhang Quan, in order to frame him, he made such a big scene and even involved the mistress. Did he have such courage? Chi Fang was drugged, and now she still felt a splitting headache when she woke up. Hearing Tao Hong and Song Qingshu's different statements, her expression was also surprised and uncertain. "Mr. Du, is what Tao Hong said just now true?" The fat middle-aged man respectfully saluted. Replying to young madam's question, "Just now Tao Hong did run to me in a panic, saying that a thief had broken into young madam's room. I hurriedly brought some people over and just happened to see guard Xiong standing in front of young madam's bed." He secretly complained in his heart. This time, he was very happy to send the young madam of the Prime Minister's mansion back to Linen. He just thought that he had a connection with the Prime Minister's mansion. Who knew that something would happen on the first night? How could he explain it to the Prime Minister's mansion? At this time, Tao Hong spoke again. "Brother Xiong, you just said that you saw someone coming up the stairs, so you came out." "Yes." Song Qingshu replied faintly. He had calmed down. Tonight's matter was clearly a trap. As the saying goes, soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir, water with an earth weir. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. "That's strange. Mr. Du's people have been guarding at the bottom of the stairs. Did they see anyone coming up?" Tao Hong looked at Mr. Du. "Absolutely not," Mr. Du said while wiping the sweat on his fat face. "I was worried that some people would disturb Madam's rest, so I specially ordered my men to guard below and not allow anyone to come up to disturb. Cixi, Wang Er, you also live in the room at the top of the stairs. Did you see any suspicious people coming up?" Tao Hong turned to look at the two accompanying servants in the Prime Minister's mansion and asked. No. The two servants shook their heads like rattled drums. Tao Hong then turned to look at Song Qingshu. Brother Xiong, when we came in just now, were you lifting Madame's quilt? Ah! Qi Fong exclaimed and looked nervously at Song Qingshu. She thought that she was not wearing anything now. If he really lifted the quilt, wouldn't he see everything? Song Qingshu frowned, but eventually nodded. That's right. Getting his confirmation, Qi Fong almost fainted. Brother Xiong, what else do you have to say now? Tao Hong stared at him with a proud face. Song Qingshu was too lazy to pay attention to her. He looked directly at Qi Fong and calmly said, "At that time, I was just worried that young madam was injured, so I lifted the quilt to check. I didn't expect—" "Don't say it!" Qi Fong hurriedly interrupted him. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Now she was hiding in the quilt, and other people did not know what had happened. If they knew that she had been seen naked, how could she face others in the future? "Mr. Du, this time such a big thing happened on your ship. As the owner of the ship, you can't escape the blame, right?" Tao Hong moved to Mr. Du's side and whispered. Mr. Du was in a cold sweat and whispered, "I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of young madam. After this, I will definitely give you a generous gift to thank you." The corner of Tao Hong's mouth rose slightly. She pointed to Song Qingshu and said, "First, punish this evil slave on the spot as a warning to others." "Yes, yes, yes." Mr. Du gritted his teeth and waved his hand. "Kill him." Song Qingshu's heart trembled. Just as he was about to fight, Qi Fong suddenly said, "Wait." Among all the people present, she was the most distinguished. Mr. Du's men stopped when they heard her. Tao Hong hurriedly ran to her side and said, "Young madam, why keep such a thief alive?" Qi Fong also showed hesitation, but in the end she shook her head and said, "I don't like killing, and I don't want anyone to die because of me. Lock him up first, and wait for third brother to come back and deal with him when we get to Linnan." Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say, "In order to show my innocence, I am willing to surrender. After returning to the Prime Minister's mansion, I will thoroughly investigate what happened today." After that, he threw the weapon in his hand on the ground. When the people around saw this, they immediately surrounded him and tied him up. Qi Fong's heart moved and she looked at him in surprise. Tao Hong hurriedly said, "Young madam, don't be deceived by him. He knows that he is surrounded by so many people and can't escape, so he deliberately pretends to be righteous." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, "Whether it is right or wrong, there will be a day when the water comes to the bottom." Qi Fong looked at him in surprise again. She never expected that a servant would reveal such a unique and outstanding temperament. Noticing her expression, Tao Hong secretly cursed and was about to speak, but Qi Fong said, "That's it. Take him away and keep a good watch. In addition, let the others get out." She was still naked. Although she was covered with a quilt, under the gaze of so many men, she really didn't want to stay a moment longer. "Yes, yes, yes." Boss Du nodded and bowed. "I will send more people, and I will never let anyone disturb Madam again." "No need, you just guard downstairs." Qi Fong was going to take a bath and change clothes later. How could she be willing to have other men outside? "No problem, no problem." Boss Du asked his men to take Song Qingshu out. It didn't take long for the people in the room to be evacuated, leaving only Tao Hong and the two servants. "Tao Hong, prepare a set of clean clothes for me. I want to take a bath and change clothes. Shi Wang Er, you go to the door and guard. No one is allowed to come in." After today's events, Qi Fong only dared to trust these former people of the Wan Mansion. Chapter 11:29. Song Qingshu was taken to a cabin on the bottom floor by Mr. Du's men. They pushed him in and closed the door. Obviously, they didn't want to talk to him too much. Now that he thought about it, he was a suspect of sexually assaulting a female member of the Prime Minister's mansion, and he was also a guard of the Prime Minister's mansion. Mr. Du would rather know as little as possible about the internal affairs of these big shots. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, remained calm. He sat cross-legged in the room and began to regulate his breathing. Tonight's incident was obviously a trap, and the other party would definitely not let it go. Instead of making wild guesses without sufficient information, it was better to wait for the other party to come to him. He didn't worry about any danger. After all, he had the soul transfer grand spell, which was his trump card. Even a master could be caught off guard. Moreover, according to his observation, the people on the ship were just ordinary servants and guards. However, just in case, he still began to think about how to recover his strength. After all, he was used to being a supermaster, and he didn't feel safe in his current state. Song Qingshu thought about the martial arts he knew. Sword, palm, and lightness skill obviously couldn't expel the poison. However, the single yang finger, which could bring people back to life, seemed to have some possibility. He remembered in the Return of the Condor Heroes, Xiao Long Nu was hit by Guofu's ice soul silver needle at the critical moment when she was expelling the poison. Later, he met Reverend Yiding, who lamented that he was injured by Qiu Qianren. Otherwise, he could have used the single yang finger to save Xiao Long Nu. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, I can't gather my inner force now, so I can't use the single yang finger. There's an old saying, if you can cure yourself, don't cure yourself. That's true. Looking at the whole world, apart from himself, Reverend Yiding and Wang Chongyang were the only ones who could use the single yang finger to save people from death. Unfortunately, these two people were always elusive, and he might not be able to find them in a short time. Other than the solitary yang finger, the 9-yin manual and godly radiating scripture were both good at healing wounds. Unfortunately, he had already tried it, and the poison from the golden ripple flower had already penetrated deep into his internal organs, and the 9-yin qi was already useless against it. As for the godly radiating scripture, he directly ignored it. After all, in the original work, Ding Dian, who had mastered the godly radiating scripture, had died to the golden ripple flower. Apart from these martial arts, there was only Mankasvara left. Mankasvara was the most mysterious and treacherous martial art of Tantric Buddhism for thousands of years. It was also because of the protection of Mankasvara that he did not die immediately after being poisoned by the golden ripple flower like the original Ding Dian. Unfortunately, he had tried many times in the past 2 days, but the Mankasvara's Mankasvara was also intermittent and could not be used to expel the poison at all. The biggest problem now is that my genuine qi is intermittent and I can't use it. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. The dual cultivation method in the mandala also had the uncanny ability to bring the dead back to life, but it mainly focused on the control of yin and yang qi, which everyone already had. It was not counted as genuine qi, so he didn't know if it would work. It's a pity that I don't have anyone around for dual cultivation. Otherwise, I could give it a try and see if it would work. Song Qingshu sighed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but think of Qi Fang's voluptuous and fair body when he lifted the quilt just now. Why don't I go look for her? With this thought in his mind, Song Qingshu felt as if there was a little devil tempting him. Now that she's almost unguarded, it'll be a piece of cake to get her. Although she's married and had a child, she's still beautiful. Her breasts are perky and she's still breastfeeding. She's the perfect cauldron. Ma Chi-chun and Wan Gui have caused you so much trouble. It's only right that you use their granddaughter-in-law and wife as compensation. After a long time, Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. His eyes were full of regret. It's a pity that you're Di Yun's sweetheart. Di Yun was honest and inarticulate. He was also loyal to him. In addition, he had suffered a lot in the past few years. No matter how much Song Qingshu thought about it, he could not bear to rub salt into his wounds. Forget it, I'll think of another way. Song Qingshu's eyes gradually regained their clarity. At this moment, a sound came from outside the door. I'm here on my master's orders to bring Xiongde up for a proper interrogation. Song Qinshu frowned. From the sound of it, it seemed to be Qi Feng's manservant, Shi. Could it be that Qi Feng had finally thought of something and wanted to interrogate him? Soon, the cabin door opened and Shi walked in. Xiongde, come with me. Song Qinshu snickered. Previously, the other party had called him Brother Xiong very intimately. Now, he was calling him by his name. The world was indeed cold. However, this was human nature. Song Qinshu did not take it to heart. He smiled and stood up. The guard at the door offered to help escort Diyun, but Shi waved his hand and refused. He's now tied up with ropes soaked in sesame oil. No matter how skilled he is, it's useless. I can handle him alone. The guard wanted to say more, but Shi became impatient. My master doesn't want this matter to be known by too many people. There are too many of you. It's not convenient for you to go up. Hearing him mention Qi Feng's name, Mr. Du's subordinates immediately stopped talking and watched the two of them leave. After walking behind Shi for a while, Song Qinshu suddenly said, "This isn't the way up, is it?" Shi scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Just follow me." Song Qinshu sneered inwardly. It seemed like he was right. The fox was finally showing its tail. Shi led him all the way to a secluded area at the stern of the ship before stopping. "Why did you bring me here?" "I want to see the young madam." Song Qinshu pretended to be panicked. Shi looked around. Usually, no one would come here. Moreover, it was the dead of night. He took out a padao from his waist and grinned. "See the young madam? Go see the king of hell first." Song Qinshu sneered. "So you're the one behind this?" Shi flashed the shining padao in his hand. "It's too late to know now. Tell me, do you want to eat bandao noodles or wonton?" This was a slang in Jianghu. Bandao noodles referred to chopping and throwing into the water, while wonton referred to taking off one's clothes and jumping into the river to drown. Song Qinshu smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, the fortune teller said that I still have a long life ahead of me." She was stunned and then became angry. "It seems that you want to eat bandao noodles." Song Qinshu ignored him and raised his head to look at him. "Who sent you here?" He did not believe that a manservant like Fourth Joy would be so audacious. "You don't have a chance." Shi's voice suddenly lowered. "It's Sister Taohong." It really was her. However, Song Qinshu was still confused. Even if Taohong's status was higher, there was a limit to it. Did she have the guts? Then who sent Taohong? Song Qinshu continued to ask. "I don't know." Shi's eyes were blank. It was obviously because of the soul-shifting spell. "Help me untie the rope first." After untying the rope, Song Qinshu asked again, "Why did you dare to help Taohong harm the mistress?" It should be known that this was a society with a strict hierarchy. If a servant offended a superior, the punishment would be unprecedentedly severe. Shi's face turned red. "Taohong is Master Wan's concubine. I was muddle-headed and couldn't help but sleep with her." Song Qinshu frowned slightly. He had a rough idea of what was going on. In any case, adultery with Taohong was a capital crime. He could only go down this path. Then he asked a few more questions. Seeing that he could not get anything valuable out of him, Song Qinshu said faintly, "You just wanted to treat me to bandao noodles. Then I'll treat you to some wonton." She nodded and walked to the edge of the deck mechanically. Then, with a splash, he jumped into the water. After falling into the cold water, she finally came to his senses. Unfortunately, he only had time to shout one word before he disappeared in the rushing river. "I have no grievances with Taohong. She can't be trying to harm me." Song Qinshu thought quickly. Suddenly, he looked up at the faint light of the room on the top floor in the distance. "It seems to be to deal with Qi Feng." Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment. He could have taken the opportunity to leave secretly at this time. Unfortunately, he was still within Li Kushio's sphere of influence. It was far more convenient to escape by using this boat to go downstream. Moreover, now that he knew that Qi Fang was in danger, if he ignored her, he would not be able to explain it to Di Yun in the future. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Song Qinshu finally decided to find Qi Fang first and inform her. Unfortunately, Qi Fang now lived in the room on the top floor. After what happened tonight, the stairs leading to the top floor were full of Mr. Du's guards. It was impossible to pass through. If it were the usual Song Qinshu, these things would naturally not be a problem for him. Unfortunately, now, after Song Qinshu was taken away, Qi Fang hurriedly changed her clothes and immediately ordered the servants to prepare a bucket of hot water. Perhaps the thought of being undressed without her knowing always made her feel a sense of being defiled. Although she carefully checked her body and found no traces of being violated, she still wanted to wash with water to feel at ease. After what happened tonight, Mr. Du on the boat had long been scared out of his wits. He wanted to use all his skills to flatter her. Hearing that she wanted to take a bath, he immediately asked the maids to boil a large bucket of water and prepared a lot of fresh petals for her. Everyone was driven out of the room, even Tao Hong was no exception. After carefully checking the doors and windows of the room, Qi Fang came to the front of the bathtub. Feeling the hot steam, her cold heart felt a trace of warmth. Gently untying the belt, Qi Fang just took off the light gauze dress outside. Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from the window. Although the sound was very soft, now Qi Fang was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. She suddenly turned around and asked, "Who is it?" There was no response. She hesitated for a moment, worried that she had heard it wrong. She did not call the people outside, but drew out the sword beside her and vigilantly walked to the window. After all, she had learned martial arts. Now that she had a sword in her hand, she was no longer as afraid as before. Unexpectedly, when she turned around the screen, she saw that the window was wide open, and a person was climbing in awkwardly. Seeing the person's appearance, Qi Fang's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she opened her mouth to scream. "I'm very sorry for not updating yesterday." Chapter 1130. It was Song Qinshu who was climbing in through the window. Because the normal way up the stairs was heavily guarded, he could only go around to the other side and try to climb in under the cover of darkness. Unfortunately, he was no expert rock climber. After several attempts, he had to give up completely. He could only change his way of thinking and see if he could use lightness skill. His biggest problem now was not that he had no internal energy, but that his internal energy could not circulate freely in his body, so he could not use his martial arts. But like Duan Yu, after trying 8 or 10 times, he could always use his internal energy for a moment. Although it was fleeting, it was enough for him to use lightness skill. After countless failures, Song Qinshu finally recovered his internal energy for a moment. His whole body became as light as a swallow, and he leaped to the top floor of the room dozens of feet above the ground. But just as he flew outside Qi Fang's window, the internal energy in his body suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the windowsill. Otherwise, he would be crippled even if he did not die from the fall from such a high place. Looks like I can't risk using lightness skill in the future. Otherwise, I'll be the first lightness skill master in Jianghu to fall to his death. What a joke. Song Qinshu looked down at his feet and suddenly felt terrified. His hands hung on the windowsill, and his whole body was suspended in the air. It took him a lot of effort to climb into the window. Just as he struggled to climb out of the window, he looked up and saw Qi Fang not far away. His heart skipped a beat, knowing that if the people outside were alarmed, he would be in trouble. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he rushed forward and threw Qi Fang to the ground. At the same time, he covered her mouth tightly with his hand. Woo! Qi Fang was greatly shocked in her heart. Originally, she was still dubious about whether or not Xiongde was the culprit, But in the current situation, how could she still have any doubts? She hurriedly opened her mouth to shout, but unfortunately, her mouth was tightly covered by Xiong Da's hand, and her cries for help all turned into low whimpers. At the same time, she struggled with all her might. After all, she had learned martial arts, so she was not as delicate as ordinary ladies. She twisted her body like a female leopard, trying to get out from under his body. Unfortunately, the woman's body was naturally weak, so after her hands were held down tightly by the man on top of her, she couldn't move at all. In a moment of desperation, she lifted her leg and rammed it towards the man's lower body. Song Qingshu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. At the critical moment, he used his legs to clamp the other party tightly. Otherwise, if he were to suffer such a vicious blow, the women at home would probably become widows. Although Qi Fang looked like she was living a comfortable life, her body was full of energy because of her martial arts training. Her whole body was still twisting and struggling. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu pressing her down with his body weight, he might not have been able to hold her down now that he couldn't use his inner force. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little strange in his heart. At this time, Qi Fang had taken off her coat and was only wearing a close-fitting shirt. It was completely unable to conceal her energetic body. The astonishing elasticity that came through the clothes, the faint body fragrance of the young woman, and the fact that she kept twisting under him, made Song Qingshu awkwardly realize that he was actually responding. Qi Fang's body trembled, as if she had also sensed something. Then, she began to struggle even more desperately. Song Qingshu vaguely felt that he couldn't control her anymore. In his heart, he knew that if he alarmed the people outside, he would be in big trouble. Helplessly, he could only say in a low voice, "I'm Di Yun's friend." Hearing his words, Qi Fang stopped struggling and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Song Qingshu then said, "I'll let you go right now, but don't scream. If you agree, just blink your eyes." As expected, Qi Fang kept blinking and tried to nod at the same time. Only then did Song Qingshu slowly remove his hand from her lip. "Are you really senior brother's friend?" As expected, Qi Fang didn't shout. Instead, she asked anxiously. It must be known that her relationship with Di Yun was only known to the people of the Wan residence. Big Xiong was a guard of the Prime Minister's residence, so it was impossible for him to know of Di Yun's existence. "That's right." Song Qingshu answered affirmatively. Qi Fang opened her mouth and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed something. She couldn't help but blush. Biting her lips, she said in a bad mood, "How long do you plan to ride on my body?" Song Qingshu's old face heated up. He hurriedly stood up and reached out to help her up. "I'm sorry, the situation just now was urgent. I had no choice but to do so. If I offended you, please forgive me." Qi Fang refused his support and stood up from the ground. She tidied up her messy hair and hurriedly asked, "Is my senior brother still alive?" She clearly didn't want to discuss the issue just now. Song Qingshu was startled. "Of course he's alive. Who told you that he's dead?" "It's..." Qi Fang opened her mouth and quickly realized something. Her expression suddenly became a little ugly. "The Wan father and son told you, right?" Although she didn't say it, Song Qingshu could roughly guess it. "Don't worry, your senior brother is alive, but what?" Qi Fang suddenly heard about Di Yun's whereabouts. At this moment, she was surprised and happy. "It's just that he was wrongly imprisoned. His shoulder blade was pierced, and a few of his fingers were cut off." Song Qingshu sighed. But that's not what saddened him the most. What saddened him the most was that his beloved junior sister eventually married another man. My poor senior brother. Upon hearing about Di Yun's misfortune, Qi Fang's entire body swayed. She hurriedly held onto the table beside her to steady herself. However, she quickly thought of something and said sadly, "How good would it have been if you hadn't been muddle-headed back then?" Song Qingshu frowned. "What do you mean by muddle-headed?" Qi Fang bit her lip and finally shook her head. I don't want to remember what happened in the past. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Although I don't know what happened in the past, I can tell you that Di Yun was wrongly accused. Although he was more familiar with the original work, the city linking technique was a relatively unpopular novel. It was impossible for him to remember every detail. He only remembered that Di Yun was wrongly accused by the Wan father and son and was imprisoned, but he couldn't remember exactly how the Wan father and son had framed him. You said that senior brother was wrongly accused? What exactly happened? Qi Fang's heart thumped and she hurriedly asked. I don't know the specifics, I only know that Wan Gui lusted after your beauty and framed Di Yun, leaving you in the Wan residence, Song Qingshu answered. Qi Fang felt dizzy and her vision darkened. The other party's words were like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. She couldn't help but cry out, I've wrongly accused you, wrongly accused you. However, when she thought about how her husband had always been gentle and considerate to her all these years, she suddenly began to waver. She thought to herself, could it be that this person, in order to survive, deliberately made up some shocking lies to drive a wedge between us as husband and wife? Chapter 1131. Master. Song Qingshu sneered. Wan Gui is not even worthy of carrying my shoes, how dare he call me master? You. Hearing him insult her husband like this, Qi Fang was furious, but she quickly reacted and exclaimed, You are not Xiongde. The voice of the other party was completely different from Xiongde, and the disdainful aura on his body was not something that a servant of Xiongde could emit. At this point there was nothing worth hiding. Song Qingshu took off the mask on his face and revealed his original appearance. Of course I am not Xiongde. Seeing the man in front of her change from a reckless guard of the Prime Minister's residence to a handsome young master, Qi Fang was startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. Who are you? I am Song Qingshu. Ah, you are that golden snake King Song. Song Qingshu? Qi Fang exclaimed and suddenly looked at the other party with some curiosity. After all, she had only heard of this person in various rumors before. Now that she saw him, he was indeed handsome, just as those storytellers described. If those Madams and Mrs. Lin saw his appearance, I'm afraid none of them would be able to sleep. In the past 2 years in Lin Qi Fang did not have little contact with those noble ladies and misses. Many rumors about Song Qingshu were heard from those people. However, Qi Fang was not the kind of person who valued appearance, otherwise she would not have liked Di Yun so much in the beginning. She quickly recovered, looked solemn, and tenderly snorted, You are now being hunted by my husband everywhere, and you still dare to appear here. Do you want to die? Song Qingshu did not take it seriously and smiled. Madam is in a much more dangerous situation than I am, but you are still here to care about others. Who cares about you? Qi Fang was just taken advantage of by him, and thinking that he had seen her naked appearance before, it was impossible for her to have any good impression of him. She just thought that he was deliberately frivolous, so she couldn't help but snort, What danger can I be in? Song Qingshu took the mask that he had taken off before and gestured at his face. Madam, have you forgotten that I am now your guard? What happened before was obviously to get rid of me, but Xiongde has no grudge against anyone, so what's the point of framing him? After thinking about it, the only explanation is that someone wants to kill you and needs to get rid of your guards in advance. Qi Fang's eyes widened as she was bewildered by his words. Madam, do you know that Cixi said he brought me here for interrogation on your orders? Song Qingshu continued to ask. Qi Fang snorted. Nonsense, I was just about to. I didn't give him such an order. Song Qingshu shrugged. That's it. After Cixi brought me out from Mr. Du's place, he didn't come here. Instead, he brought me to the stern of the ship and wanted to kill me to keep me quiet. Kill you to keep you quiet. Qi Fang's expression changed slightly. Although she wasn't as smart as Huang Rong, As the granddaughter-in-law of the Prime Minister, she had seen a lot and was much more knowledgeable than the young girl who had just come from the countryside. She immediately realized that this matter was not normal. Unfortunately, I was already prepared, so I sent him into the river. Then, I hurried over to warn you, Song Qingshu said casually. Qi Feng's heart froze. From his tone, Cixi should be dead. After a long silence, she said, "In the end, this is only your side of the story. Now that Cixi is dead, there is no evidence. How can I believe you?" Song Qingshu frowned. If you had been this careful a few years ago, Diyun wouldn't have ended up like that. In the end, I could have left quietly, but I took the risk to warn you because of Diyun. I didn't want that silly boy to be sad if something happened to you. Senior. Hearing him mention Diyun, Qi Feng's expression changed. Where is Senior now? Song Qingshu shook his head. I don't know, I haven't seen him for a long time. When we entered Yanjing together, I wanted to assassinate Kangxi, and he wanted to use the intelligence network of the Stickler to find out where you were. About a year ago, I heard him mention that he seemed to have found out where you were, so he said goodbye to me and came to find you. Did he not find you? No. Qi Feng looked confused. Song Qingshu frowned, wondering if something had happened to him. But with Diyun's current martial arts, he should have no problem protecting himself. Suppressing the worry in his heart, Song Qingshu casually said, "Then maybe the information he received was wrong." Qi Feng suddenly sighed. Even if he found me now, I have already become someone else's wife. How can I still think about him? I've already told you, it was Wan Gui, that despicable person, who played tricks and forcefully separated you. Seeing Qi Feng's eyebrows raise, Song Qingshu said somewhat impatiently, "Forget it, I know you won't believe the words of an outsider like me. In the future, when Diyun finds you, he will tell you himself." Why is this woman so stubborn? She still remembers the **T feudal rubbish of, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Song Qingshu was very depressed. Only then did Qi Feng's expression soften a little. "Tell me more about me. How did you two meet?" She was very curious. How did her silly senior know such a great person like the Golden Snake King? How? Song Qingshu's face showed a trace of nostalgia. It all started from the Jingzhou prison, then, he roughly told her what happened that year. During the process, he could not help but recall the despair he felt when he first entered this world, as well as icy snow's sudden appearance in his world like Goddess Guanyin. He was a little dazed for a moment. "Senior brother, you have suffered so much." Qi Feng felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her whole body could not help but sway. At this point, she already believed Song Qingshu 70% to 80%. After all, these things were so detailed, it was impossible for him to make it up on the spot. Moreover, the Diyun he mentioned was exactly the same as her senior brother, so it was impossible for him to be fake. Qi Feng hesitated for a long time and suddenly said, "Well, I will believe what you said for the time being. For senior brother's sake, I will not expose your whereabouts. When we arrive at a safe place, you can leave quietly." "Okay, in return, I will stay by your side and be responsible for protecting you," Song Qingshu replied. "Stay by my side?" Qi Feng was stunned and said in disbelief, "Are you planning to stay in this room?" "Of course," Song Qingshu nodded naturally. "If it was in the past, I could naturally protect you in the room next door, but now that I've been poisoned by your husband's golden ripple flower, I have lost most of my martial arts. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to save you in time, so I can only protect you in this room." Chapter 1132. Don't be so dirty. "I won't do anything to you," Song Qingshu said faintly. "If it weren't for Diyun, I wouldn't have tried so hard." "You can't live with me." Qi Feng shook her head like a rattled drum and refused flatly. "I know what you're worried about," Song Qingshu said. "You can rest assured that no one will know that I'm in your room. I'll leave quietly after this." I won't damage your reputation. Seeing that Qi Fang was about to say something, Song Qinshu interrupted. Even if you don't think about your own safety, you have to think about Diyun. He has been looking for you all these years. Even if you don't care about Diyun, you have to think about your daughter. Do you want her to lose her mother at such a young age? Water spinach. Qi Fang muttered to herself. Thinking of her daughter's cute appearance, her heart suddenly softened. Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't be rude to me. Otherwise, I won't care about your friendship with senior brother. I'll call people to come in and catch you. Don't worry. I won't bully my friend's wife. I'm a very principled person, Song Qinshu replied seriously. Senior brother and I are not what you think. Although Qi Fang still couldn't forget about Diyun, she also knew that she was the daughter-in-law of the Wan clan, so she didn't dare to think too much about it. Noticing Song Qinshu's teasing gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Then, okay, but you have to keep your distance from me during this period of time. Move the screen over there. Normally, there's a screen between us, and we don't interfere with each other. Okay. Song Qinshu knew that it was a little difficult for a married woman to be in the same room with a strange man. He walked over and planned to move the screen to the corner. Feeling the heat in the bathtub, he couldn't help but be startled. Madam, are you going to take a bath and change your clothes? No need. Qi Fang shook her head, but she was secretly annoyed. How could she take a bath when there was another man in the room? All right then, I'm going to start forcing the poison out. Madam, feel free to do as you please. Song Qinshu had some vague inspiration when he was in the prison cell, but it was interrupted by the arrival of the 4 happy companions. Now that he had temporarily settled down, he could not wait to continue forcing the poison out of his body. After all, he was not confident in his current physical condition. Qi Fang heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Song Qinshu walk behind the screen. As soon as she relaxed, she suddenly felt a chill on her chest. She looked down and found 2 wet marks on her chest. Her face immediately turned red. It turned out that when Song Qinshu pounced on her and she struggled with all her might, it was inevitable that their bodies would come into contact. Her chest was also squeezed in various ways, and some milk was squeezed out, soaking the clothes on her chest. He hadn't noticed it previously, but now that he had relaxed, he finally realized what was going on. This is so embarrassing. I wonder if he saw it. Qi Fang's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She glanced guiltily at the screen. Seeing that there was no movement, she felt slightly relieved. So bloated. Qi Fang bit her lips and revealed a troubled expression. It was almost time for her daily milking, but there was an unfamiliar man in the room. How about I forget about it today? As soon as the thought arose, Qi Fang subconsciously shook her head. She had just given birth. Although she felt uncomfortable because she was inexperienced and shy, she didn't know how to squeeze out. Not long after, she started to have a fever and her chest swelled up. That serious illness almost took her life. Later, after being diagnosed by a doctor, and with the guidance of an experienced servant in the Fu, she learned that she needed to squeeze a few times a day to ensure her health. She still remembered the uncomfortable feeling when she was sick, and she really didn't want to experience it again. In the end, the shyness in her heart couldn't beat the reality of her body. Qi Fang glanced at the screen again and thought, he's using his internal energy to force out the poison. He probably won't notice the situation here. Pursing her lips, Qi Fang finally made up her mind. She found a wooden bowl and placed it on her lap. She sat on the bed with her back facing the screen and quietly unbuttoned the front of her clothes. Her heart was beating wildly. She turned her head back to confirm once more before she began to carefully squeeze. Perhaps it was because she thought of the unfamiliar man not far behind her. Qi Fang's hands trembled slightly, causing her usually well-practiced movements to become jerky. Her delicate body under the thin clothes also trembled from time to time. Because she was too flustered, Qi Fong only used half the time she usually used to do it today. Looking at the wooden bowl full of milk, she couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly tidied up the clothes in front of her chest and planned to quietly pour out the wooden bowl. "Madam, I have a presumptuous request." At this time, Song Qingshu's voice suddenly sounded not far behind her. It scared Qi Fong so much that she shivered and almost dropped the wooden bowl in her hands. When did you stand there?" Turning back to look at Song Qingshu, Qi Fong's heart trembled. The blood on her face quickly faded and became incomparably pale. "Madam, please rest assured. I just came out and didn't see anything that I shouldn't have seen," Song Qingshu answered. The more he said like this, the more Qi Fong felt that something was wrong. She kept exclaiming in her heart, "It's over, it's over." He saw everything. Qi Fong forced herself to calm down, but her voice still trembled. What did you call me for?" Song Qingshu also revealed an awkward expression. He said somewhat unnaturally that, "Madam, since you're going to pour it out anyway, why don't you give it to me?" "Give what to you?" Qi Fong didn't react for a moment. She noticed that the other person's eyes would occasionally glance at the wooden bowl in her hands. Only then did she realize something. She was embarrassed and angry. When he saw the young woman before him blushing red from anger, Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, "Madam, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't speaking frivolously, I just wanted to cure the poison." "Cure? Qi Fong was stunned, but she quickly became even more embarrassed and angry. "What poison can this thing cure? I'm good friends with the Poison Hand King Wu Chun, and I've heard him mention by chance that human milk is an extremely miraculous thing that can cure many strange poisons." Song Qingshu explained swiftly. "I've been poisoned by your husband's golden ripple flower this time, and I've thought of many ways to cure it. Now that I have no other choice, I can only resort to this. If I've offended you in any way, I hope Madam won't take offense." Chapter 1133. Proteins would denature when they encountered heavy metal ions, and this kind of denaturation could not be restored. Proteins were bioactive substances. Once denatured, they could no longer play their original functions. It could be said that the various functions in the human body were dominated by proteins. Any reaction in any part of the body was related to proteins, so heavy metal ions could poison people. However, heavy metal ions could not bind with other proteins after binding with proteins, because this reaction was irreversible. Therefore, once heavy metal poisoning occurred, substances containing a lot of protein such as milk were used to bind the heavy metal ions, so that the heavy metal ions would not bind with the functional proteins of the human body as much as possible. Although the golden ripple flower did not seem to have much to do with heavy metal, although most of the plant toxins acted on the nervous system, many of them also acted on proteins. Song Qingshu also knew that the success rate of using milk to detoxify the golden ripple flower poison was very slim, but as long as there was a chance, he had to try. After all, he was not living for himself anymore. He had so many confidants who loved him, and so many subordinates who relied on him. The heavy responsibility made him have a strong desire to survive. Hearing that it was her husband who had poisoned her, Qi Fong could not help but bite her lips. She had previously quarreled with Wan Gui over this matter. As a kind-hearted person, she could not accept her husband's despicable actions. At the same time, she had secretly prayed for Song Qingshu to escape. Although she did not know him, Song Qingshu had been so famous these years, and he was often mentioned in the circle of women in Lin An City. She could more or less understand him. Judging from all the information, Song Qingshu should be a good person, even a hero. She naturally did not want such a person to have any misfortune, and at the same time, she also wanted her husband to have less blood and sin on his hands. In addition, the other was Di Yun's friend. If it was other ways, Qi Fong might not even frown and agree. However, she had never even given such a private and shameful thing to her husband, so how could she give it to another man? No, absolutely not. Qi Fang shook her head fiercely. I can think of other ways to help you, but this Song Qinshu knew that Qi Fang was a very traditional woman. The concept of abiding by women's morality could be said to have been imprinted in her bone marrow. It was really impossible for her to give him the milk that she squeezed out. Forget it. For the sake of Jiruo and the others, I can only be shameless for once. Song Qinshu clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Ah, the poison is acting up again!" As he spoke, he fell to the ground, his body trembling non-stop. His face revealed an expression of extreme pain. What's wrong with you?" Qi Fang was shocked. She called out to him a few times, but he couldn't respond to her at all. "Don't scare me." Qi Fang immediately became anxious and paced around him anxiously. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. "Tell me quickly, how can I help you now?" She had always been kind-hearted. In the past, when Di Yun killed a butterfly in front of her, she had been sad for a long time, let alone a living person. In the midst of her anxiety, her gaze suddenly fell on the wooden bowl at the side. Qi Fang couldn't help but recall Song Qingshu's previous words. "Can this thing really cure the poison?" Qi Fang's face flushed red. For a moment she hesitated, but in the end, the kindness in her heart prevailed. A human life is at stake. I can't care so much. Qi Fang squatted down and helped Song Qingshu up. She let his head rest on her thighs. Then she picked up the wooden bowl and took a deep breath. With a blushing face, she brought it to his mouth. Song Qingshu only felt a stream of warm nectar flowing into his mouth. His heart was suddenly filled with emotion. Qi Fang was really kind to the bone. Unfortunately, she married a cruel and unscrupulous husband. It could only be said that fate was fickle and nature made fools of people. Unknowingly, he drank the big bowl clean. Song Qingshu only felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth. The tip of his nose could still smell the faint body fragrance of the other party. Even if he was thick-skinned enough, he still felt a little guilty. He could only deliberately groan and pretend to wake up. Song Qingshu's plan really worked. Seeing this, Qi Fang hurriedly put him back on the ground. Then she suddenly stood up and stood 3 feet away from him. She asked nervously, Are you feeling better?" Slowly opening his eyes, Song Qingshu subconsciously answered, "Much better. Originally, he didn't have any hope of curing the poison. He just wanted to casually comfort the other party. After all, she made such a big sacrifice. If there was no effect at all, he was afraid that she would feel even worse." But before the words left his mouth, Song Qingshu was suddenly surprised to find that the qi in his body, which had been stagnant for a long time, was actually showing signs of returning to circulation. He didn't have time to answer and hurriedly began to circulate. Seeing this, Qi Fang didn't care. Knowing that he was at a critical moment, she didn't say anything to disturb him. But she suddenly noticed that there was still a drop of milk left on Song Qingshu's lips. Under the candlelight it was especially crystal clear. Her face immediately turned red. "I'm really too daring. Why did I do such a thing today?" At the same time that Qi Fang was at a loss, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Because he'd actually successfully circulated the qi in his body for a cycle. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Could it be that human milk really has such a miraculous effect? At this moment, Song Qingshu didn't have the time to ponder about the profundities. He hurriedly circulated his qi and tried to force out the poison of the gold wave flower in his body. Earlier, his biggest problem was that the qi in his body couldn't circulate normally, so he was unable to force out the poison in his body. Now that the most critical problem had been solved, how could he not be pleasantly surprised? Actually, this could be considered a lucky hit. After being poisoned by the poison of the gold wave flower, The biggest characteristic was that the whole body started to become numb. This was similar to the symptoms of the poison of aconitine. In his previous life, medicine was developed, and in order to cure the poison of aconitine, a large amount of atropine was needed. Atropine was also a highly toxic substance. Once it was overdosed, it would also cause death. Using the term commonly used in martial arts novels, this was called fighting poison with poison. Using the theory of modern medicine to explain it, it was that the poison of aconitine dilated the blood vessels of the human body, rapidly lowering the blood pressure of the human body. At the same time, it suppressed the central nervous system and respiratory center. On the other hand, the poison of atropine could relieve the spasms of the smooth muscles, improve the circulation of the capillaries, suppress the secretion of glands, and remove the suppression of the vagus nerve on the heart, causing the heart to beat faster, dilate the pupils, increase the pressure of the eye, and excite the respiratory center. The effects of these two poisons were just opposite, so they could detoxify each other. The earth dragon pill that Xiao Long knew had Song Qingshu take came from the body of a beast from the west. That beast loved to eat a highly toxic plant, belladonna, when it was alive. Belladonna was rich in the poison of atropine. Unfortunately, it wasn't as pure as modern industrial extraction. The amount of atropine in the earth dragon pill wasn't enough to cure the poison of the gold wave flower. It could only temporarily save Song Qingshu's life. As for detoxifying the poison of aconitine, apart from a special medicine like atropine, modern medicine had proven that milk also had a certain effect. If milk could work, then human milk would naturally work too. Furthermore, this was Qi Fang's first child, so there was a large amount of growth factors and immunoglobulin in her milk, which was even more beneficial for detoxification. So, by a freak combination of factors, Song Qingshu was able to circulate his internal energy again. But what he didn't know was that the toxicity of the gold wave flower was far above that of aconitine. Aconitine required a large amount of atropine to neutralize, so how could a mere bowl of milk be enough? I was already admiring my ability to spout nonsense with a straight face. Even this could be explained with a scientific explanation. However, aconitine did require a large amount of atropine to detoxify it, and milk also had a certain effect. Chapter 1134. Song Qingshu's Xian Gong recovered, and he hurriedly sat down and began to expel the poison. With his current strength, he quickly forced out a drop of golden poisonous blood from the tip of his finger. However, the golden wave flower was a strange poison in the golden book, and now it was lingering in his internal organs. If he wanted to force out all the poisonous blood, he was afraid that it would not be done overnight. Song Qingshu did not know whether the recovery of the true qi in his body was permanent or temporary, so she did not dare to delay and continued to expel the poison. With the operation of his xiangong, his body gradually emitted a trace of white gas. After an unknown period of time, his heart suddenly trembled because the true qi in his body suddenly had a trace of obscure feeling. Oh no, it seems that it is too early to be happy. Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped and did not dare to continue to expel the poison. He was worried that if the true qi suddenly disappeared halfway, it would cause the poison to backfire. However, although he was cautious enough, he did not expect the true qi to disappear so quickly. Just when there was an obscure feeling, the next moment the true qi circulation suddenly broke. He did not have time to stop in time. Without the suppression of true qi, the poison of the golden wave flower came back, and it was a bit more fierce than before. Song Qingshu groaned and then fainted. You! What happened to you? Qi Fang was sitting on the side in a daze. Seeing that Song Qingshu suddenly fainted, she was also at a loss. Wasn't it all right just now? Checking the other person's pulse, it was frighteningly chaotic. Qi Fang thought in her heart, could it be that he accidentally went crazy when expelling the poison? At this time, there was suddenly a hurried knock on the door. "Madam, madam?" Hearing that it was Tao Hong's voice, Qi Fang was shocked. She looked at Song Qinshu on the ground with some guilt and hurriedly pulled the screen in front of him. Then she pretended to be calm and asked, "What's the matter?" "There are officers and soldiers on the ship to search. I specially came to remind Madam." Tao Hong replied. Qi Fang frowned. "Remind me for what? Do they dare to come here to search?" Normally, she did not put on airs, but now that there was a strange man hiding in the room, and the other party was a wanted criminal, she had no choice but to put on the airs of the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. Tao Hong's panicked voice was heard. "I also told those people about Madam's identity, but the leading general did not give in the slightest. He said that this was Li Taida's order, to strictly search all the boats, carriages, horses, and pedestrians leaving Yangzhou. Not a single nook and cranny is to be let off, no one is to be exempted. It seems like it is to capture a criminal surnamed Song." It turned out that those soldiers were lured away by Xiao Long Niu. Later on, they finally recognized that the person behind her was just a scarecrow. When Li Keqiu received the news, she was furious. She ordered to seal off the waterways and investigate all suspicious people. Li Keqiu understood that if Song Qinshu managed to escape this time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, even though he knew that this would offend many influential families, he still ordered the soldiers to check every room at all costs. "What?" Hearing Tao Hong's words, Qi Fang couldn't help but exclaim, her beautiful face turning pale as she looked at the other side of the screen. When that group of soldiers came in, how could a mere screen hide people? Qi Fang hurriedly ran over and shook Song Qinshu. "Quickly wake up, quickly wake up." Unfortunately, the other did not have any reaction. She clenched her teeth and hurriedly put one of his hands on her shoulder, supporting him to the side of the bed. Fortunately, she had learned martial arts and grew up in the mountains. Her body was very healthy, so she was able to drag such a tall and sturdy man to the side of the bed. Her first reaction was to hide Song Qinshu under the bed, but when she reached the side of the bed, she hesitated. Since they even dared to break into her room, they would definitely search everywhere. The bottom of the bed would definitely be searched. Thinking that Song Qinshu would be discovered by those soldiers, Qi Fang shuddered. Song Qinshu was currently unconscious. If he was discovered, he would definitely not be able to escape. Her kind heart was not willing to see this kind of ending, not to mention that he was her senior brother's friend. On the other hand, she was a married woman, hiding a man in her room in the middle of the night. If this news were to spread, how would she face others? After the Jinkong Rebellion, because a large number of Song dynasty's imperial women were raped by the Jin, and the southern Song dynasty's imperial court was unable to take revenge, gradually, geography became popular, and the issue of women's chastity was regarded as abnormal, teaching women that if they encountered similar situations in the future, they should protect their chastity with death. In this kind of environment, Qi Fang was clear that with Ma Qishui's personality, she would definitely not allow her family to be humiliated, and Wan Gue, she really did not have any confidence that her husband would be able to protect her. "I can't let him be discovered," Qi Fang bit her lip, secretly saying in her heart. At this critical moment, she couldn't care so much. Qi Fang helped Song Qinshu up and stuffed him onto the bed, pulling a blanket over him. Then she also hid under the blanket with a red face. However, her brows quickly furrowed, because she found that no matter how hard she tried, the blanket was still bulging, it was still a little too obvious. As long as someone looked, they would be able to see that there was an extra person under the blanket. What should I do? Hearing the noise coming from the staircase, Qi Fang's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She knew that she had to make a decision. Either she would hand over Song Qinshu, or she had to be absolutely sure. Otherwise, if Song Qinshu was discovered in her bed, even jumping into the Yellow River, she would not be able to clear her name. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the still steaming bathtub not far away, and she couldn't help but be moved. No, no, that is really too absurd. Chi Fong's pretty face was as red as blood, and she shook her head like a rattle drum. But he is already unconscious, he won't see anything. Chi Fong bit her lip, hesitating in her heart. Her complexion changed, Chi Fong thought. If he was hidden under the blanket, people from the outside would still notice, but if he was hidden in the bathtub, those people wouldn't be able to get close to the bathtub to see. Not far away, there was a noise. Chi Fong heard that Tao Hong was negotiating with the soldiers, and she knew that she could no longer hesitate, gritted her teeth, and finally made up her mind. She put Song Qinshu into the bathtub, let him lean against the edge of the wooden tub, his mouth and nose faintly above the water, so that he would not suffocate and drown, and then moved the screen on the corner over. Looking at the man who was still unconscious in the bathtub, Chi Fong sprinkled the petals on the plate next to her on the water, while showing a hesitant look, faintly sighed, and finally gently untied her belt, letting her clothes slowly slide from her silky smooth skin. Lightly biting her lip, clutching her chest, Chi Fong also stepped into the bathtub with a red face. Not long after her body entered the water, the outside door was somewhat rudely pushed open. "Young madam, I have told them many times, but they insisted on coming in to search." Tao Hong also followed in, her tone full of complaint. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Chi Fong was also very angry in her heart. If not for them, how could she have fallen into such an embarrassing situation? "This general greets madam." The leader also did not expect the situation in the room to be like this. Through the screen, she could faintly see that he seemed to be bathing. "Since you know who I am, you still dare to barge in?" Feeling nervous, Chi Fong could only pretend to be stern, wanting to drive these people out as soon as possible. Reporting to madam, this time it was the military commander who personally ordered that everyone must be inspected, no exceptions. At the same time, the military commander also consulted the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister also agreed. The general wasn't frightened by her tone. Instead, he quickly scanned the entire room with a sharp gaze as he replied. Hearing that Ma Chi-chu had agreed to this matter, Chi Fong could not help but feel suffocated, no longer able to use her status to suppress the other side, and could only say, "This madam is bathing right now, with so many of you barging in, won't it tarnish my clean reputation?" Chi Fong's face was gloomy, thinking that her husband should also know about this matter, but he actually agreed to let these ruffian soldiers search her room. Was he not afraid that his wife would be at a disadvantage? "Madam, don't worry, there is a screen over there, it will not be a hindrance. We will search the room for a while, and then we will leave." Finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to enter the room and search. The group of people entered one after another, each performing their own duties, very proficiently searching the room, not missing a single place that could hide someone. Through the screen, Chi Fong could faintly see that the soldiers even lifted the quilt on the bed to confirm, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in her heart. "Fortunately, I did not hide him on the bed, otherwise, I would not be able to hide him from this situation." Quietly looking at the handsome face of the man not far away, Chi Fong's heart pounded, and she kept praying. "This is not the time to wake up, please don't wake up." Very quickly, the soldiers searched the room, and when they retreated one by one, they shook their heads at the general, indicating that they did not find anything. The general nodded, and then said to Chi Fong, "Sorry to disturb madam, this subordinate will take his leave." Hearing his words, Chi Fong could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The general was walking to the door when suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look at the screen, asking suspiciously, "Why is madam taking a bath at the third watch?" Chi Fong's heart suddenly jumped, and she hurriedly replied, "Something happened just now, so I decided to take a bath at this time." "What happened?" The general looked inquiringly at Tao Hong next to him. Tao Hong's expression was also a little unnatural, and she roughly explained what had happened just now. "Oh, a bad guy broke into madam's room at night?" the general said thoughtfully. Chi Fong secretly cursed in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she would have casually found an excuse just now, so she deliberately pretended to be indifferent. It's nothing, the bad guy has been caught. The general asked his subordinates about the relevant situation, and soon someone came up to report. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I just received news that the bad guy is no longer in the prison. Is that so? Chi Fong's tone was a little panicked. The general frowned and looked at Tao Hong, and saw that there was also a trace of unnaturalness on her face, and his heart was immediately filled with suspicion. Chapter 1135. Bastard! Chi Fong's heart jumped into her throat. She angrily said, "This lady is bathing inside. Is this something you can see?" "Don't worry, madam. This general will only check if there are any suspicious people, and will not look at madam." The general replied indifferently and then walked step by step towards the screen. He had no other choice. Li Keqiu had given a death order. If they couldn't catch Song Qingshu, all of them would lose their heads. Compared to the imminent danger, offending the women of the Prime Minister's residence was not a big deal. Seeing the general's figure gradually approaching, Chi Fong was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. As for herself, she was fine. Her body was under the water and there was a thick layer of flower petals on the surface. As long as she didn't show her body, there was no danger of her being exposed. But once the general came in, how could Song Qingshu hide in the bathtub? Although the general said he wouldn't look in her direction, how could she believe his words? If he casually glanced at the bathtub, Song Qingshu would have nowhere to hide. Looking at the thick layer of flower petals on the surface, Chi Fong's heart skipped a beat. If Song Qingshu's entire body sank into the water, the general wouldn't notice anything. But the problem now was that Song Qingshu was unconscious and couldn't hold his breath. If she pressed him into the water, he would likely choke and make a sound, which would make it easier for him to be discovered. If he didn't make a sound, it would be even more worrying because he might drown. Just as she was in a dilemma, seeing that the general was about to come in, Chi Fong had no choice but to gently press Song Qingshu into the water. Worried that he would choke, she had his face parallel to the water surface and his mouth and nose above the water. In order to prevent his mouth and nose from being discovered, Chi Fong could only pull him into her arms. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and pretended to cover her body. Then, she left a small space between her hands and her chest for Song Qingshu to breathe. "If you wake up at this time, I'll... Chi Fong was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what she would do if Song Qingshu really woke up at this time. The brigadier general walked in and quickly scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing, he subconsciously shifted his gaze back to the wooden barrel. "How dare you? What are you looking at?" Chi Fong was both shocked and angry. If this person hadn't forced her, she wouldn't have held Song Qingshu in this position. She could faintly feel the heat of the other's breath on her chest, and her snow-white skin gradually became flushed. "My apologies for disturbing, madam. This subordinate will take his leave now." The general bowed in apology. In that instant, he had already glanced at the bathtub. Aside from Chi Fong, there was no one else in it. The only thing he hadn't checked was probably what was under the water. However, even if he was 10 times more courageous, he still wouldn't dare to offend the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. What he had done now was already his limit. Get out! Normally, Chi Fong would never be so rude, but what happened today was too absurd. It made her, who was usually good-tempered, extremely angry. Go! The general's face was also gloomy. When he heard about Xiong Da's murder, he thought he would be able to find some clues. In the end, not only did he not find anything, he even offended the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. Today is really unlucky. Cursing in his heart, he led his subordinates and disappeared out the door. Seeing them leave, Tao Hong was left in the room, somewhat at a loss. "Young madam, let me help you change." You get out too. Qi Fong couldn't help but vent her anger. I told you to watch the door, but you can't even watch the door. Go out now and close the door, then go stand guard at the stairs. If you let anyone in again, don't even think about staying in the residence in the future. Yes, this servant understands. Tao Hong bowed her head in apology, but a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. When the door was closed again, Qi Fong finally let out a sigh of relief. She felt as if her entire body was about to collapse. Her entire body subconsciously leaned back, leaning against the edge of the bathtub. However, she forgot that Song Qinshu was still in her arms. When she fell, the man in her arms also took advantage of the situation to press down on her body. Coincidentally, the other party's mouth just happened to be on her chest. Qi Fong's entire body quivered, and she hurriedly reached out to push him away. Who knew that the unconscious Song Qinshu would subconsciously make a sucking motion? Qi Fong's body stiffened, and the hand that she stretched out seemed to lose strength in an instant, powerlessly drooping down. Sucking was an instinct that all humans had since birth. Even when they were unconscious was no exception. Song Qinshu, who was in a coma, felt a stream of bejeweled nectar flowing into his mouth. When he swallowed it, a warm heat gradually spread throughout his body, causing the pain in his body to ease a little. He could not help but subconsciously take another sip. Qi Fong finally reacted, and her pink face became incomparably red. She once again reached out to push him away. The unconscious Song Qinshu sensed that someone was trying to take away the bejeweled nectar, and his human instinct told him to immediately protect his own things. He reached out and tightly hugged the slippery body next to him, not having the slightest intention of letting go. Hurry up and let go. Qi Fong pushed a few times, but to no avail. Instead, the other party's embrace became tighter and tighter. She was angry and anxious, and hurriedly used both her hands and feet to try to separate him. Unfortunately, she didn't know where the other party got the strength from, but no matter how hard she tried, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, with no effect at all. Instead, it caused the other party to suck even more intensely. Let go, Qi Fong moaned, and only felt a strange feeling coming from her body. She was so embarrassed that her whole body shrunk into the water. Water suddenly entered Song Qinshu's mouth and nose, and he immediately choked, violently coughing. Qi Fong took the opportunity to kick him away, and then climbed out of the bathtub in a panic. She tore off the clothes on the screen and wrapped them around her body. When she turned her head to look, she found that Song Qinshu was flopping in the water, and it was obvious that he had choked badly. Serves you right. Qi Fong spat, thinking that she had sacrificed so much to help him, and now he turned around and was rude to her. It's best if he drowns. As if to prove her curse, Song Qinshu flopped a few times in the bathtub, and then his whole body gradually sank, and there was no more sound. Stop pretending, get up. Qi Fong snorted as she fastened her belt. In her opinion, Song Qinshu must have woken up long ago, and that was why he deliberately took advantage of her. I'll pretend that this never happened, and no one is allowed to mention it in the future. Qi Fong's chest rose and fell rapidly, and it was obvious that she was not calm. Seeing that there was still no response from the bathtub, Qi Fong suddenly panicked. Hello? Oh no. Is he still in a coma? Although Qi Fong was angry at the other party's rudeness, it was still a human life. She had painstakingly saved him, and in the end, he died because of her. How could she accept this? Qi Fong hurriedly moved to the side of the bathtub, and put her hand in, wanting to scoop up Song Qinshu. However, she couldn't touch him, and she became even more anxious. Her upper body unconsciously bent down, and the young woman's soft chest was squeezed by the edge of the wooden bathtub, and it was abnormally full. At this time, a hand suddenly reached out from the water and grabbed her wrist. Before Qi Fong could react, her whole body was instantly pulled into the bathtub. Woo woo, Qi Fong was just about to cry for help, but who knew that as soon as she opened her mouth, a scorching hot mouth would press against her, and her cry for help would be blocked back into her throat. Qi Fang's beautiful face paled, and she couldn't care less about hurting the other party. She used both her hands and feet, and even used her internal energy to attack the other party. However, the other party's body seemed to be made of iron, and he didn't react at all. Because her whole body was dragged into the water, after a while, the air in her lungs wasn't enough. Her pretty face was flushed red, and because of the lack of oxygen, her mind gradually became muddled. Her resisting hands and feet also changed from aggressive at the beginning to light patting. Qi Fang thought she was going to die soon, but who knew that at this time, the other party's mouth would pass a trace of fresh oxygen, and her body's instinctive reaction made her greedily suck it. Why is he still breathing? With the replenishment of oxygen, Qi Fang gradually recovered from her muddiness, and she was extremely shocked. However, she quickly came to her senses. Now wasn't the time to be concerned about this, and she hurriedly struggled to the surface of the water. Unfortunately, the other party held her hands and feet tightly, and his whole body was on top of her, pressing her firmly under the water. Woo-woo, Qi Fang made some incomprehensible sounds. In her heart, she would rather die than be humiliated like this, but human survival instincts made her involuntarily kiss the other party's lips tightly and get oxygen from his mouth. Let's see how long you can last. Qi Fang thought hatefully in her heart. No matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, he wasn't a fish. The qi in his body would eventually be exhausted, and sooner or later, he would come to the surface. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Not only did Song Qingshu not show any signs of shortness of breath, but he also freed a hand and reached into her clothes. What is he doing? Qi Fang's eyes were wide open, and she was completely dumbfounded. Song Qingshu's body was like red-hot iron, and even in the water, Qi Fang could feel the astonishing heat of his body. When the other party moved his lips away and buried them in her chest, Qi Fang finally exploded, and she struggled with all her might like an angry female leopard. Who knew that after struggling for a long time, she would be shocked to find that not only was there no effect, but the clothes on her body were getting thinner and thinner. She watched as the thin gauze on her body fell off and gradually floated to the surface of the water. Because of the lack of oxygen in her brain, Qi Fang's vision gradually became blurry. Just when she was in despair, the other party suddenly gave her a breath. "Don't torture me anymore," Qi Fang silently begged in her heart. Suddenly, as if her whole body was pierced by a hot iron, she couldn't help but stiffen, and closed her eyes in resignation. Song Qingshu only felt that he was dreaming that he was sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending the Tao, when the demon Bushuan suddenly appeared and tried all kinds of ways to stop him. First, he used threatening words and summoned all kinds of monsters and fierce beasts to attack him. But Song Qingshu had seen so many blockbuster movies in his previous life, how could he be frightened by such a scene? Instead, he enjoyed the other party's performance like he was watching a play. Seeing that his threatening attacks were ineffective, the demon Bushuan changed tactics and sent his 3 incomparably beautiful and enchanting daughters to tempt him. Today, the public account released various versions of Huang Rong, and the result of the poll was that the younger version of Huang Rong was far more popular than the younger version of Huang Rong. Unfortunately, the role of the younger version of Huang Rong did not seem to be beautiful enough. If you have a suitable candidate in mind, please send a message to this monk through the public account. Try to choose a mature and beautiful actress for the role. Chapter 1136. Before Song Qingshu had transmigrated, he had watched countless spy movies and seriously thought about a question. If he was in a revolutionary era and was captured by the enemy, would he betray them? He thought about it and finally came to a conclusion. If the enemy tortured him, he was not sure if he would betray them. However, if the enemy used a honey trap, then he most likely would not be able to resist the temptation. This sky demon is really going all out. He actually sent his own daughter out personally, and 3 of them at once. Song Qingshu was speechless, but he did not have the slightest doubt. Modern scientific research showed that when people were dreaming, most of the time, they did not realize that they were dreaming. This was because the common sense module in the brain was not activated. Therefore, no matter how strange the dream scene was, the dreamer would not realize that it was just a dream. Of course, there were very few cases where the dreamer knew that they were dreaming. It was called a lucid dream, but that was a digression. The golden ripple flower poison in Song Qingshu was a plant poison, and plant poisons mostly acted on the human nervous system, causing the corresponding nervous system of the human body to be abnormally excited. Therefore, people who were poisoned would often have hallucinations. Previously, Song Qingshu had suffered from the backlash of the golden ripple flower poison, and his current situation was between a dream and an illusion. Perhaps because the impression of the golden ripple flower was too deep, the big demon that Song Qingshu met in the illusion became Buoxuan. The 3 witches made all kinds of seductive poses around Song Qingshu, and from time to time, they would touch him with their graceful bodies. Smelling the endless eroding fragrance, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "May I ask the names of the 3 beauties? My name is Trisana. My name is Luodi. My name is Raga." The 3 beautiful and enchanting witches replied sweetly. "Trisana?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "This name is really hard to remember. You can also call me Love Desire." Trisana lay in his arms, picked up his hand and placed it on her soft chest, and looked up at him seductively. "You can also call me Lu Desire." Luo Di giggled and knelt beside Song Qingshu. She moved closer to his ear and blew a breath of air. "I am Greed." Raga stuck close to his back, and a pair of snow-white arms slowly slid into his collar. After this, Song Qingshu's body went limp. "That's a nice name, and I happen to like ****. He vaguely felt that this scene was somewhat similar to the scene when Gautama Buddha proved the way, but Song Qingshu soon put it to the back of his mind. Anyway, he was not Gautama Buddha, nor did he need to be like Gautama Buddha, who had all 5 skandhas destroyed. As the saying goes, when a flower blooms, it must be plucked. Moreover, since she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, how could Song Qingshu refuse? Song Qingshu reached out and pulled Rorty and Rorga into his embrace. Song Qingshu was drowned in a sea of joy. However, halfway through, he vaguely felt that Trisana's appearance had become somewhat similar to Qi Feng's, which made him a little confused. However, his desire had already been completely aroused by the 3 witches, so he quickly put the doubts in his heart to the back of his mind. So what if it was Qi Feng? The arrow on the bow had to be fired. Furthermore, it was Wan Gui and his grandson who caused him to be like this. When Song Qingshu thought of pressing his enemy's wife and granddaughter-in-law under him, he felt a strange excitement. Of course, these were just a little darkness in the depths of his heart. Usually, under the constraints of morality and principles, Song Qingshu would not take action at all. But now in the illusion, he only regarded the other party as the 3 satanic witches of love, joy, and greed. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Song Qingshu released the depression and nervousness of the past 2 days to his heart's content. At the same time, he felt a little strange. This dream was a little too realistic. Suddenly, he realized something and opened his eyes. He saw Qi Feng's hair was messy, and her eyes were blurred as she lay under him. Her fair skin was still bright red from arousal, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Young madam. Song Qingshu was extremely embarrassed. Not long ago, he had patted his chest and promised that he would not do anything to her, but in the blink of an eye, he had done it. Although he did not mean it, he had already done it. "I don't know why it's like this. Song Qingshu explained as he withdrew from her body. Sensing his movements, Qi Fang's body could not help but tremble. She silently sat up, grabbed the clean clothes that were placed on the side of the bed, and put them on. Then, she hugged her knees and shrunk in the corner of the bed without saying a word. "I'm sorry." Song Qingshu also knew how weak these 3 words were, but in this situation, he did not know what to say. "Get out, I don't want to see you," Qi Fang said a little weakly. Her emotions were extremely complicated at the moment. Just now, she had experienced the extreme physical pleasure that a woman could enjoy. This feeling was never given to her by her husband, but at the same time, her heart was extremely tormented. The condemnation of her conscience and the restraint of her morals made her fall into deep guilt and pain. Song Qingshu sighed. "Madam might not believe me, but I still have to say it. I really did not have any consciousness just now. The poison of the golden rippling flower made me fall into a kind of illusion." At this point, he was suddenly stunned. Previously, he seemed to have fainted because of the backlash from the poison of the golden rippling flower. Why was he completely fine now? Song Qingshu sensed the condition of his body and found that although the poison had not been forced out, it had returned to calmness. His inner force seemed to have recovered. Why was it like this? Song Qingshu's mind raced. Could it be the joyous Zen? He subconsciously shook his head. Previously, in the illusion, he did not use the joyous Zen to dual cultivate, so naturally, he could not talk about detoxifying. Suddenly, he faintly felt that his lips were a little sweet. Song Qingshu subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth and found that there was still a drop of clear milk hanging on it. He immediately looked at Qi Fang's chest with a strange expression and found that it was indeed not as full as before. Looks like the milk really has the effect of detoxifying. Thinking that the reason why he recovered his inner force was because he drank a bowl, Song Qingshu's expression instantly became extremely interesting. "I wonder how much I drank just now." Qi Fang couldn't help but laugh miserably when she heard Song Qingshu say that he'd fallen into an illusion because of the gold wave flower's poison, and she said in her heart, "Third brother, oh, third brother, you're so scheming. How could you have imagined that it was precisely because of your poison that caused your wife to lose her innocence? In the end, it was all because of you." She was feeling sorry for herself when she suddenly noticed Song Qingshu's gaze. She was startled at first, then she was ashamed and angry at the same time. She covered her chest and said angrily, "Where are you looking at?" Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and said with some embarrassment, "I have a question to ask madam, but I am worried that this question will offend madam." Qi Fang snorted coldly, "Haven't you offended me enough?" Song Qingshu gradually regained his usual calmness. Things that should not have happened had already happened, and there was no point in acting coy now. It was better to face it calmly and see if there was a possibility of a turnaround. However, the doubts in his heart still needed to be confirmed. Song Qingshu said, "Then I will ask directly. Just now, did I suck madams?" Following his gaze, Qi Fang glanced at her chest and couldn't help but feel hot. She grabbed a pillow next to her and threw it over. "Shameless, dirty." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Madam, I didn't intentionally speak frivolously. I just want to know if the poison in my body being alleviated was because of madams. You're not allowed to say it." Qi Fang was angered to the point of almost fainting. She never imagined that thing would actually be able to alleviate the poison of the gold wave flower. "Even though my husband harmed you, but he owes you. I've already returned it for him earlier. At the same time, I also, Qi Fang was embarrassed in her heart, and she bit her lips before continuing. At the same time, I've helped you resolve the poison of the gold wave flower. If you know how to repay kindness, then don't take revenge from my husband in the future, and don't appear before the two of us. Madam, isn't going to pursue the matter of tonight?" Song Qingshu asked in surprise. How else can I pursue it? Qi Fang felt extremely miserable in her heart. Something like this had occurred, and she ought to end it with death. But when she thought of how her daughter who had just been born had lost her mother at such a young age, her heart ached to the extreme, and she could only give up on the thought of suicide. At the same time, no matter how bad Wan Gui was, he was still her husband and her daughter's father. Qi Fang didn't want anything to happen to her husband in the end because she'd saved Song Qinshu, so she could only use this matter to force him to give up on taking revenge. If you promise not to take revenge on my husband in the future, then tonight's matter. I can take it as it didn't happen. As soon as Qi Fang spoke, it was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She felt that she was a bad woman, as she'd actually used her innocence as a bargaining chip. Madam is a good wife. Song Qinshu sighed. Unfortunately, Wan Gui harmed me so miserably this time, so how can I not take revenge? You! Qi Fang's beautiful brows knit together. What do you have to be miserably about? Not bad, you suffered quite a bit earlier, but now the poison within your body has been resolved, and you've obtained my body. What else do you have to be dissatisfied about? The corners of Qi Fang's eyes turned sour, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She thought in her heart, the one who suffered the most was clearly me, all right? Seeing her tears, Song Qinshu hurriedly grabbed a handkerchief from the bed and wiped it for her. Qi Fang didn't appreciate it, and unconsciously turned her head away. Suddenly, she seemed to have realized something, and she turned her head back with a red face as she snatched the handkerchief from his hand. Only now did Song Qinshu notice that the handkerchief he'd used to wipe her tears was actually the undergarment she'd taken off earlier. His face couldn't help but turn hot, and he hurriedly changed the topic. Madam said something wrong earlier. The poison of the golden ripple flower in my body hasn't been resolved. Earlier, you didn't seem to have been poisoned. Qi Fang's jade face flushed red, as she thought of how the other party was as strong as a bull earlier, and didn't look like he'd been poisoned in the slightest. Chapter 1137. Qi Fang was embarrassed and anxious. But what? It's just that madam's bejeweled nectar can only temporarily suppress the poison. My internal energy can't last long. Previously, when I was forcing the poison out, my internal energy suddenly stagnated again, causing the poison to backfire. That offended madam. Song Qinshu explained. Qi Fang's face was as red as blood, angrily said, "Don't mention that again." Song Qinshu shrugged. "Since madam doesn't want to hear it, then I won't say it." After a moment of silence, Qi Fang bit her lip and asked, "Then how do you cure the poison in your body?" Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "Naturally, I can only force the poison out every time my internal energy recovers. I believe that one day the poison will be completely forced out." "How do you recover your internal energy?" Qi Fang's whole brain was a mess from the beginning. Halfway through her words, she remembered that he just mentioned that he needed that thing to temporarily restore his internal energy. She suddenly exclaimed, her heart was ashamed and angry, and fiercely stared at him. Song Qinshu could only bite the bullet and answer, "I see that every time madam squeezes it out, you have to pour it out. Instead of wasting it, why don't you give it to me to detoxify?" "Don't even think about it." Qi Fang flatly refused. Previously, she saw that he was poisoned and unconscious, so she reluctantly fed him some. Now that she was awake, how could she give him such an embarrassing thing? Song Qinshu couldn't help but mumble, "It's not like I haven't drunk it before." "What did you say?" Qi Fang was so angry that her face turned pale. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't dressed properly, she couldn't wait to go over and slap him. "Is madam asleep?" When the atmosphere in the room was awkward, suddenly Tao Hong's voice came from outside the door. Qi Fang's body stiffened, her face drained of blood, and answered in a panic, "Yes, I'm already asleep." She originally wanted to solve this matter by herself, But once Tao Hong found out something, this matter would no longer be within her control. At that time, it would definitely cause an uproar. It was fine for herself, but in the future, her daughter would be unable to raise her head in front of others, and this was the last thing she wanted to see. I have something to say to Madam, Tao Hong replied. I'm already asleep. If there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Qi Fong replied in a panic. How could he let her come in to talk at this time? Song Qinshu had a playful look on his face. Previously, Cix's words revealed that they were following Tao Hong's arrangements. Then, she must have bad intentions for barging into the mistress's room so late at night. There would be a good show to watch later. But these words can only be said tonight. Tao Hong's tone was firm, and she did not have the slightest intention of backing down. What should I do? What should I do? Qi Fong felt her head was about to explode. She looked at Song Qinshu, pointed to the bottom of the bed, and whispered, Quickly hide in there. Song Qinshu shook his head. I never hide under the bed. Qi Fong was on the verge of tears. If you're discovered, everything will be over. Song Qinshu rolled his eyes and immediately came up with a plan. If Madam is willing to promise to provide the bejeweled nectar for me to detoxify, I will hide inside. You. Seeing that he actually took the opportunity to threaten her at such a critical moment, Qi Fong wanted to bite him to death. Madam, you're going to throw it away anyway. Why don't you use it to save someone? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Song Qinshu continued to persuade. Qi Fong was a little impressed by him. He could actually make such a matter sound so dignified. His skin was probably thicker than the city walls. All right, I promise you. Qi Fong's chest rose and fell rapidly. Clearly, her mood was not calm. Thank you, madam. Song Qinshu revealed a bright smile. Qi Fong's heart inexplicably jumped at his smile. At this time, Tao Hong, who was outside the door, spoke again. Madam, I'm coming in. As she spoke, she pushed the door open. It turned out that after the soldiers under Li Keqiu went out, they just closed the door. Before Qi Fong had time to lock the door, she was pushed by Song Qinshu. Until now, she still hadn't recovered. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qi Fong was scared out of her wit. She hurriedly looked back at Song Qinshu, but was stunned to find that the other party had already disappeared. She couldn't help but secretly spit. At a glance, I can tell that he often does these kinds of things. His movements are so skilled. Tao Hong was different from the previous soldiers. It was impossible for her to reach under the bed to search for anything. Qi Fong calmed down a little. There was no time to put on the clothes she was wearing. She could only hastily wrap herself in the clothes and then pull the quilt on the bed to cover herself. This servant greets Madam. Tao Hong bowed and suddenly wrinkled her nose. Hey, what's that smell in this room? Maybe it's the smell of sweat left by too many soldiers who came in just now. Qi Fong's face turned red. The previous situation was too intense, and there was still a strong smell of sex in the room. She hurriedly changed the topic. What on earth do you want to tell me so late? Tao Hong was obviously full of thoughts and didn't pay too much attention to the smell in the room. She replied, Nothing, I just want to talk to Madam. Qi Fong was angry in her heart. You have to come to the room of the Madam in the middle of the night just to chat. Too many things have happened today. I'm a little tired. I'll talk with you tomorrow. Qi Fong just wanted to drive her out as soon as possible and didn't have time to be angry with her. I haven't finished talking. Tao Hong smiled and didn't ask Qi Fong. She pulled a stool over and sat down. Qi Fong was very suspicious. Tao Hong usually paid attention to etiquette. Why did she behave so abnormally now? Madam has been in Lin An for a long time. Do you know who is the most powerful person in the court now? Tao Hong asked as if she was in her own room, pouring tea. Qi Fong frowned slightly. She didn't know what medicine Tao Hong was selling, so she had to answer perfunctorily, Of course it's the Prime Minister. In fact, she should call Machi Zhou Grandpa, but she didn't like him, so she usually called him the Prime Minister. Tao Hong shook her head. Although the Prime Minister is the head of all officials, his foundation is not stable. He is not the most powerful person. Qi Fang was angry in her heart. How could she be in the mood to talk about the politics of the court with her in the middle of the night? But she had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to scold her. She could only deal with it. If it's not the Prime Minister, it's Han Jiefu. Tao Hong chuckled. After overthrowing Zhao Ryu, Han Jiefu was regarded as the most likely candidate to become the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister took the fruit. Now his reputation is not as good as before. In fact, even if he becomes the Prime Minister, it is estimated that he won't hold the position for long. Why? Tao Hong was unusual today. She spoke with confidence and assurance, but her words were meaningful, which aroused Qi Fang's interest. Although the Han family is the first wealthy family of the two Song dynasties, it's all because of their ancestor, Han Qi. After so many years, how much of the ancestor's shadow can be left? Among the several powerful in-laws of the Han family, the Wu family of Longan, the Chen family of Haining, the Yang family of Taiyuan, and the Lu family of Shanin, except for the Wu family and the Chen family, who can barely support them, the Yang family and the Lu family have been in decline for many years. No one from the family has been able to enter the inner circle of the court for a long time. So the Han family looks glorious now, but it's empty inside. Tao Hong curled her lips disdainfully. Qi Fang frowned and said, "Tao Hong, who taught you these words?" She didn't believe that Tao Hong could have such knowledge. Tao Hong didn't answer, but said, "Madam, you have been in Lin An for so long. I don't know if you have heard a folk song. Jia is not fake, white jade is the hall, and gold is the horse. Epang Palace, 300 miles, can't accommodate a governor of Ming Province. The East Sea lacks white jade beds, so the Dragon King invited the King of Gusu. The year is full of snow, pearls are like soil, and gold is like iron." Song Qinshu, who was under the bed, had a strange look on his face. What was going on? Why did he feel like he had entered the dream of the Red Chamber? Noticing Qi Fang's confusion, Tao Hong said with a smile, "Let me explain for Madam. Jia is not fake, which naturally refers to the current Privy Council Commissioner Jia Sherdao. His sister is also the Emperor's favorite concubine. The second sentence refers to a governor of Ming Province, which refers to the Shi family of Ming Province. The previous family head of the Shi family, Shi Hao, was the Emperor's preceptor, and the current family head, Shi Miuan, is in charge of the censorate. The third sentence refers to the Wang family of Gusu, which was formerly Wang Engshi's Wang family of Linchuan. After the Jingkong Rebellion, the family moved to Gusu. In terms of prestige, it was no less than the Han family. The current family head, Prince Ting, is the commander-in-chief of the imperial army. The last sentence refers to the Shui family of Jiangyin, whose family head, Shuiji, is now a political advisor and a grand secretary of the Guanwen Hall. In terms of official position, he is on the same level as Han Xingzhou. Each of these four families is the most powerful family in the Great Song, and they have formed an unbreakable political group through marriage. Jia Shidao's wife is Prince Ting's sister, and his nephew is also married to the young lady of the Wang family. Shi Miuan's aunt is Jia Shidao's mother, and it is said that he plans to marry his daughter to Jia Shidao's son. Prince Ting's eldest sister is married to Jia Shidao, his second sister is married to Shuiji, and his niece is married to Jia Shidao's nephew. Shuiji's daughter and niece are both famous for their beauty in Linnan, and it is said that they also plan to marry Jia Shidao's son. In addition to these four families, there are also the Lin family, the Li family, the Liu family, and the Murong family, who are also inextricably linked by marriage. Lin Ruhai, the family head of the Lin family, is now the Salt and Iron Commissioner of the Third Department, in charge of nearly one-third of the imperial court's taxes. His wife is Jia Shidao's sister, and she also has a beautiful daughter. It seems that she also plans to marry Jia Shidao's son. Li Shouzhong, the family head of the Li family, is the chancellor of the directorate. His second daughter is Jia Shidao's eldest daughter-in-law, and his younger sister is married to the Wang family of Gusu. Murong Bo, the former family head of the Murong family, has married Wang Ziting's cousin. Song Qinshu, who was under the bed, was shocked. The sister of Li Shouzhong, who was married to the Wang family of Gusu, was Li Qinluo, and the Murong family was also a part of the Jia group. Qi Fang couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Tao Hong showed a trace of a strange smile. "I said all this mainly to explain that if you want to be more stable, you can only unite by marriage between rich families. Unfortunately, Madame was born in a peasant family, so she can't bring even a little bit of political capital to the Machi family. Therefore, the Prime Minister and the Old Master have discussed and decided to change the marriage for young Master. In fact, I also hesitated for a long time whether to add the elements of the Dream of the Red Chamber or not. On one hand, I wanted to keep the elements of the Golden Book pure, but on the other hand, the structure of the characters in the Dream of the Red Chamber and the structure of the Song Dynasty in the book almost perfectly fit, which made me really itchy. In addition, Lin Daiyu, Xue Baochai, Xue Baoqin, Qin Keqing, and Wang Shifeng in the Dream of the Red Chamber were extremely charming. In the end, I couldn't resist the urge to write in my heart, so I finally added it. This chapter drew out the general outline of the Jia group from Tao Hong's mouth, and at the same time, combined the characters in the Dream of the Red Chamber with the characters in the book. However, this is not very intuitive, so I will use the form of a table to publish the internal marriage relations of the Jia group in the public account, hoping that it will be clear at a glance. Chapter 1138. After listening to Tao Hong's explanation, Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. He wondered why their relationship was so similar to Dream of the Red Chamber. Would Jia Shidao's son be called Jia Baoyu? Qi Fang was so shocked that she couldn't help but say, "Everyone in Lin knows that I am the daughter-in-law of the Wan family. How can I change it?" There was a dangerous light in Tao Hong's eyes. "If you accidentally die, you can change it." "What do you mean?" Qi Fang didn't care so much at this time. She was so shocked that she subconsciously wanted to sit up. However, when she moved, she suddenly felt dizzy and fell down involuntarily. "What's going on?" Qi Fang's face turned pale. She wondered if Song Qinshu had made her legs weak, and she hadn't recovered yet. But she soon realized that it was not the reason. She looked up at Tao Hong and said, "You poison me?" Tao Hong took out a lit incense from her sleeve and proudly shook it in front of her. "Mistress, you are a martial artist. How dare I not make some preparations?" Qi Fang suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "I was drugged before. Did you do it?" "Of course." Tao Hong couldn't hide the pride in her tone. "If I want to do something to you, Xiongda is a hindrance. I can only get rid of him first. So, after I drugged you, I first took off your clothes, and then I asked Cixi to lure Xiongda here. That man broke in stupidly and fell directly into our carefully designed trap. Hee, I'm afraid that stupid big guy is now feeding the turtles at the bottom of the river. Alas, he can see Mistress's beautiful body before he dies. His life is worth it. Tao Hong, how dare you? You actually dare to plot against the mistress." Qi Fang was so angry that she was trembling. At the same time, she thought that the world was really unpredictable. Before, she thought it was the most terrible thing in the world to be seen by other men, but it didn't take long for her to lose her virginity. At that time, she thought it was the most terrible thing in the world, but now she had a feeling that what was about to happen would be even more terrible. "Mistress, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid?" Tao Hong looked at her with pity. "Does Madame still not understand? If it wasn't for Master and young Master's orders, even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare do anything to you. What? Tao Hong's words were like a bolt from the blue. Qi Fang was immediately stunned, muttering to herself, "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible, third brother would never treat me like this." Based on Qi Fang's understanding of Wang Jinshan, she believed that with his ruthlessness, it was very likely that he would do such a thing. However, she was absolutely unwilling to believe that her husband would do such a thing. Although the couple had disagreements on some issues over the years, they were still in love and sweet. Not long ago, she gave birth to a lovely daughter for him, so Qi Fang couldn't accept that the man who shared the same bed with her would do such a cruel thing to her. Young master was indeed a little hesitant at first, but 2 days ago, he finally made up his mind. Otherwise, do you think he would agree to have only one guard by your side? Tao Hong sneered. But the other guards have other tasks. This is arranged by the Prime Minister. Qi Fang refused to give up. The young master clearly knew the Prime Minister's plan, but he still agreed to such an arrangement, which can only prove that he acquiesced in this matter, Tao Hong replied. In fact, even if the Prime Minister did not transfer the bodyguards away, the young master would think of other ways. After all, compared with a girl from the countryside, the young lady of a wealthy family in Lin is more attractive. You're talking nonsense. Third brother is definitely not such a person. Qi Fang shook her head and said mechanically. Tonight, one blow after another, her mind was blank at the moment. Although third brother's means are sometimes a bit vicious, but we have been husband and wife for so many years, I don't believe that he will use these means on me. Won't use these means on you? Tao Hong sneered. If he didn't use them on you, how could you become Madame Wan? What do you mean? Qi Fang's heart jumped and she hurriedly asked. Weren't you very close to that Diyun? Tao Hong said with a smile that was not a smile. If there was no young master, you should have gotten married and had children. Qi Fang's face turned red. Yes, I did have a very good relationship with senior brother, but third brother also knows about this matter, and this is all in the past. Don't try to use this matter to provoke the relationship between us husband and wife. Of course young master knows about this matter, it is madam who doesn't know about this matter. Tao Hong's tone was full of pity. What the hell is going on? Don't be deliberately mystifying there. Qi Fang glared at her. Fine, I'll let you be a ghost who understands. Tao Hong sneered again and again. Madam, do you still remember how your silly senior brother was sent to prison? At that time, he ran into your room in the middle of the night with bad intentions. Qi Fang's expression was not good. This matter had always been a shadow in her heart. At that time, she and Di Yun were in love with each other and had followed her father to Jiangling City. While it was fresh, she also secretly felt inferior in the depths of her heart. Especially when she saw the gorgeously dressed Tao Hong, she felt even more like a Cinderella. Later, when she found out that Di Yun had sneaked into Tao Hong's bedroom in the middle of the night, she subconsciously believed it. Because she cared too much about it, coupled with her originally sensitive nature, she simply could not calm down and judge. But at this time, Tao Hong mentioned this, and thinking about the words that Song Qinshu had said before, Qi Fang suddenly realized something. Could it be that you framed him? Tao Hong looked at her with disdain. That's why I said that madam is really not suitable to be the young mistress of a wealthy family. You only reacted now. How can you help your husband plan and help him rise step by step? Hearing Tao Hong's words, Qi Fang's first reaction was not anger, but pain. So I really misunderstood senior brother. When senior brother saw that I didn't believe him, he was so sad, thinking of Diyun suffering alone in the dark prison, she felt as if her heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making it hard for her to breathe. You just said that third brother said that he, madam is right. Looking at Qi Fang's pained expression, Tao Hong felt a kind of joy. Why was it that this little mountain girl could turn from a sparrow to a phoenix, but she didn't even have a status? This matter was specially arranged by young master. In order to get you, He had to get rid of Di-yun, his love rival. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Chi Fong collapsed on the bed, her mouth muttering to herself. But thinking of her husband's ruthless character, it was indeed very likely that he would do such a thing. That boy is really lucky. Later on, he actually escaped from prison and learned a high level of martial arts. But a silly boy is a silly boy. His martial arts can change, but his brain is still as silly as before. Tao Hong smiled disdainfully. Not long ago, that silly boy found out about you from somewhere and came to find you. In the end, Prime Minister and young master easily dealt with him with a little trick. Previously, my son poured his milk on my computer, so it's better to have a daughter, not such a brat. Fixing the computer took some time. AI, it's a pity that the computer could still be fixed. Chapter 1139. What? Thinking of the ruthless methods of Ma Chi-chu and her husband, Chi Fong subconsciously broke out in cold sweat for Di-yun and cried out in concern. A few months ago, that silly boy came to see you. Of course, young master did not agree and ordered the warriors of the Prime Minister's residence to capture him. Who knew that his martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds? Even the guards of the Prime Minister's residence were no match for him. But what's the use of martial arts? Tao Hong sneered, her tone full of disdain. Young master casually arranged for me to disguise myself as you to deceive him. Poisoned by the golden ripple flower, no matter how high his martial arts are, he can only obediently wait for death. Senior brother is dead? Chi Fong screamed, her eyes filled with disbelief. After being poisoned by the gold wave flower, even the invincible golden snake king, Song Qinshu, was unable to escape calamity, let alone a mere Di-yun. Tao Hong sneered without end, and she obviously looked down upon Di-yun, who was similarly from the countryside. Hearing her mention Song Qinshu, Chi Fong could not help but think of the man who took her innocence under the bed. He had indeed been poisoned by the golden ripple flower, but Chi Fong quickly realized that this was not the main point and finally recovered. Senior brother is so kind, you actually did it. At this time, Song Qinshu, who was hiding under the bed, was also burning with anger. It should be known that Di-yun had always been his right-hand man. Not only had he done many things for him, he was also one of his few friends. Song Qinshu greatly appreciated Di-yun's innocence and at the same time sympathized with his experience in the original work. Therefore, he had always taken care of him and raised him as a confidant. Who knew that he would die in the hands of a thief? How could he not be angry? He subconsciously wanted to show himself and kill this vicious woman, but in the end, reason won over impulse. This woman could be killed at any time, but it would not be so easy to know the ins and outs of the matter. Now that she had the desire to pour out, it was better to wait for her to finish. Che, a silly boy, he deserves to die. Tao Hong curled her lips. In fact, the matter of changing young master's wife, the Prime Minister and Master have never made up their mind. But after this incident, they finally made the final decision. Because sooner or later, you will find out about Di-yun. You are like a time bomb. It is dangerous to keep you in the fu. Third brother also thinks so? Chi Fong's beautiful big eyes suddenly seemed to have lost all of their spirit, and she said somewhat blankly, "What do you think?" Tao Hong looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "No, he's not my third brother." Chi Fong suddenly shook her head. She thought about the reason why she married him. It was all a conspiracy. Her beloved senior brother was imprisoned because of her, and now he even lost his life. She suddenly felt that she had been blind to treat him as her husband. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a squeak. Wang Er, one of the two servants that had accompanied them all the way, walked in with a flattering smile. Tao Hong frowned. "Didn't I tell you to watch the stairs and not allow other people on the ship to come up?" "Don't worry, Sister Tao Hong, I have already sent away Boss Du's men. No one will come up." Wang Er said as he looked at Wuji Qi Fang's body. Because Qi Fang had just done that with Song Qinshu, she did not have time to put on her clothes, and because she was shocked by Tao Hong's words, the quilt wrapped around her body inadvertently slipped a little. Her snow-white shoulders and beautiful and sexy collarbone were exposed to the air, making Wang Er's eyes stare. Feeling Wang Er's gaze, Qi Fang only felt uncomfortable all over. She hurriedly pulled the quilt and covered her exposed skin. At this time, she suddenly felt that her body being seen by Song Qinshu before seemed to be a little more acceptable. Then what did you come in for? Tao Hong frowned at Wang Er, very dissatisfied with his current behavior. Wang Er rubbed his hands and said with a wretched face, I thought that since young madam can't escape death anyway, it would be a waste to let her die like this. It would be better to let me have a good time before I die. When I think of tasting young madam, I am so excited that I can't stand it. Tao Hong glanced at the bulge in his crotch, and couldn't help but giggle. You little bastard, you are quite bold. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Wang Er showed a lewd smile. A toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat is not a good toad. Hearing the content of the discussion between the two, Qi Fang almost fainted from anger. She did not expect that Wang Er, who had always been obedient and good-tempered, would have such a dirty idea. Wang Er, you are so bold. You even dare to have ideas about me. Wang Er laughed and said, If it was usual, I naturally would not dare to have ideas about young madam, but now that the Prime Minister and young master have abandoned madam, I naturally have more courage. Young madam, there is no need to be afraid. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. Before you die, I can let you enjoy the pleasures of the world. Ha ha ha, you! Qi Fang was so angry that her body was trembling. She did not expect this person to be so shameless. Tao Hong, who was at the side, suddenly giggled. Wang Er is right. His martial arts are much better than young master's. I guarantee that he will let you taste a pleasure you have never experienced before. For some reason, hearing Tao Hong's words, the scene of Song Qinshu riding her body to his heart's content appeared in Qi Fang's mind. She couldn't help blushing, thinking that she had just experienced this kind of pleasure. Suddenly, Qi Fang seemed to realize something. She looked at Tao Hong and said, You and third brother. Tao Hong curled her lips disdainfully. Although that brat Wan Gei is handsome, it is a pity that he is just a spearhead made of silver. He looks good but is useless. He can't even compare to his father, let alone Wang Er. Song Qinshu, who was under the bed, was speechless when he heard this. This woman was really amazing. As Wan Jinshan's concubine, she had actually had an indecent relationship with Wan Gui. She had even hooked up with the servants of the residence. In the entire Wan residence, was there any man who had not slept with her? He just did not know if Ma Chi-tan had slept with her. Perhaps Tao Hong could achieve the feat of sleeping with all 3 generations of her family. Shameless, disgusting. Wan Gui is even more shameless, even more disgusting. At this point, Qi Fang had finally thrown away all her fantasies of her husband and completely regarded him as a passerby. Tao Hong's face twitched as she scolded, What qualifications does a girl from the countryside have to be rude to me? Do you really think that you are still the Prime Minister's young madam? Good, didn't you boast that you are a virtuous and virtuous woman? Wang Er, play with her well for me. After you are done, sell her to the lowest brothel. Let's see if she can still be so proud. Yes. Wang Er could not wait any longer. He quickly took off his clothes, leaned towards Qi Fang on the bed, and said with a lewd smile, Young madam, your slave will serve you well. Previously, he mentioned adding elements of the Dream of the Red Chamber, just to take the opportunity to establish the official system of the Southern Song dynasty and make the family appear more plentiful. He will not add the plot of the Dream of the Red Chamber. Many readers complain that they have not read the Dream of the Red Chamber. This monk can quietly tell everyone that in fact, this monk has never finished reading the Dream of the Red Chamber. Therefore, he will not add the plot of The Dream of the Red Chamber. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.